Chapter 1336. Lu Ming's finger tapped on Xie Zhen's forehead, and an inscription flashed. Xie Zhen's expression stiffened, and his gaze became unfocused as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using a powerful method to search Xie Zhen's soul. Inscribers had some methods that were even more bizarre and mysterious than martial artists. The soul-searching technique was obtained from the heavenly profound saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons by Shijin, and the others from Xie Zhen. "Stop, you bastard! Kill!" A few angry shouts could be heard and a few figures leaped across the air. As soon as their voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. Experts from the Xie clan had arrived, and these people were all at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming did not move at all. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few battle swords. With a slash, a few 7th level spirit gods were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses were trembling in their hearts. Lu Ming was too strong. Killing 7th level spirit gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation, but someone from the older generation who snuck in. Someone guessed. Apart from Lu Ming, they couldn't think of a second person in the younger generation who could be so powerful. However, this person was obviously an inscriber, so he shouldn't be Lu Ming. Therefore, many people guessed that this person should be someone from the older generation. No. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned. He realized that Xie Zhen didn't know the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons by Shijin and the others at all. Maybe Xie Zhen's cultivation is too low, so he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xie Yan in the next moment. Xie Yan was a second-grade prodigy. Apart from Xian Yanjuan, he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Xie clan. Maybe he knew. Xie Yan's expression changed when Lu Ming's gaze landed on him. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky, intending to leave this place. However, Lu Ming gently waved his hand in the air, and dense inscriptions suddenly appeared above Xie Yan. A large formation appeared, condensing into chains that wrapped around Xie Yan. Xie Yan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, but no matter how hard he tried, it was completely useless against the chains. Lu Ming released Xie Zhen and walked towards Xie Yan. Xie Zhen's eyes were still unfocused as if he had lost his mind. Yes, Xie Zhen was already an idiot. Just now, when Lu Ming had searched his soul, he hadn't held back at all. He had used the most direct, most violent and most barbaric method to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xie Zhen's soul had suffered an indelible injury. He had already lost his mind. "Save me, save me." When Xie Yan saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he screamed in fear. "You're courting death. How dare you act presumptuously in the holy city? Exterminate 9 generations of your family." In the distance, surging roars sounded out. More Xie clan experts had arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At least a dozen experts charged over. Numerous terrifying auras shot out like smoke signals. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the spirit god realm, and there was even a perfected spirit god realm expert. The strongest was shockingly a supreme realm expert. In an instant, a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched an attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. They seemed to have a life of their own, and numerous large formations were condensed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The large formation glowed and formed a few dozen thick chains that wrapped around the experts. After that, Lu Ming didn't even look at these people. He directly appeared before Xie Yan and pointed his finger at the space between Xie Yan's eyebrows. "Soul search." Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, explosions continued. The dozen experts joined forces, but they couldn't break through Xie Yan's defense. The dozens of chains seemed to have a life of their own as they waved and wrapped around the experts, causing them to be exhausted. Lu Ming pointed his finger at the space between Xie Yan's eyebrows. After about a dozen breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons and the others. In Xie Yan's memory, Supreme Nine Sons by Shijin and the others were imprisoned in the 9 underworlds. It was the 9 underworlds again. Back then, Xian Yanqing was imprisoned in the 9 underworlds, and Xiao Wan was also rescued from the 9 underworlds. "Looks like I have to make a trip to the 9 underworlds again," Lu Ming muttered, and his finger left the space between Xie Yan's eyebrows. Xie Yan collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, panting heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He didn't turn into an idiot like Xie Zhen. His cultivation was much stronger than Xie Zhen's. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, and his soul was stable. Therefore his soul wasn't damaged much. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand. Inscriptions faintly flashed on his arm, and a ray of sword chi cut through the void. Buff, buff. Those experts didn't even have time to scream before they were killed in the air by the sword chi. Ah, let's go. Lu Ming laughed and took a step forward. His figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses looked at each other. Their eyes were still filled with shock. He was too strong. No matter what their cultivation was, he was killed in one move. Even Supremes were the same. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an emperor in disguise. An emperor had sneaked into the holy city. Boom, boom. In the depths of the holy city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble as if they were about to kneel down. Emperors. The few people who appeared later were all emperors. The few emperors spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Search the entire city. Don't let anyone suspicious go. A ruler gave the order. Unfortunately, half a day had passed, and there was still no news of Lu Ming. Everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had spread throughout the holy city. An unfamiliar young man first crippled Wu Qingkong, then killed the underworld child. What was even more terrifying was that even a Supremes couldn't fight back in his hands. One of the emperors, Xie Jin, became an idiot because of this person. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the holy city. Many people knew that the northern plains or the divine army had begun to move. Everyone was guessing who this young man was. Some guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to sneak into the holy city to save Supreme Nanyang and the others. But immediately, someone refuted, saying that this person cultivated the path of inscription, and shouldn't be Lu Ming. Activate the divine secret instrument. In the end, the Xie family's higher-ups gave the order. The Xie family activated the divine secret instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. Finally, when the instrument was activated, they found that Lu Ming was still in the northern plains, not in the holy city. In the northern plains, in a secret room of the 100 Beast tribe, a projection of the divine secret instrument appeared above Lu Ming's main body. It seems that the divine secret instrument also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my second body. Lu Ming's main body ended his cultivation, opened his eyes and smiled. Seal. Chapter 1337. Just as the Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming, Lu Ming's second body had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace could not find Lu Ming at all. Not far from the entrance of the 9 underworlds, a black-faced youth arrived. This black-faced youth was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter. Lu Ming watched from afar. The entrance of the 9 underworlds was even tighter than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many primes. If I barge in now, I will alert the enemy. At that time, the Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Zhiyang and the others, but I will also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned as he thought of a countermeasure. On the day of the alliance they will definitely send people to bring Senior Zhiyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed as he left this place. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the alliance between the Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrived. The holy city was unprecedentedly lively. The experts of Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and Xie clan gathered in the holy city. In the eastern wilderness, outside 9 Dragon City, space suddenly split open and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After so many years, Lu Ming returned to 9 Dragon City once again. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped out and disappeared. In the next moment he appeared in 9 Dragon City. The defenses of 9 Dragon City were meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in the air, and the endless mountains and rivers of 9 Dragon City flashed under his feet. Soon, Lu Ming appeared in the depths of 9 Dragon City, at the dragon head of one of the dragon veins. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which was as tall as a mountain. His goal for this trip was the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar! The 9 Dragon bloodline appeared and it roared toward the sky. As soon as the 9 Dragons bloodline appeared, the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron trembled, and the buzzing sound spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which has not moved since ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. Many figures flew across the void and flew over at an extremely fast speed. What's that? A dragon? Ah, that's 9 dragons. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here? Many people shouted in shock when they saw the 9 dragons. Some people who had experienced the great battle of Nine Dragon City were very familiar with Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline. They recognized the 9 dragons bloodline at a glance and immediately cried out in fright. Rise. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He focused on controlling the 9 dragons bloodline and resonating with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Buzz. The 9 dragon cauldron shook more and more violently. Eventually, it rose from the ground and flew towards Lu Ming, floating above Lu Ming's head. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, come here. Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang. Another dragon vein shook violently. The second Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying towards Lu Ming. Then the third Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moved as well. Swoosh, swoosh. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons floating above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, how dare you? Put down the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. A few long roars came from afar. A few figures broke through the air and flew over. They were extremely fast. As soon as the voice sounded, they had already appeared above the dragon vein. The master of the Dongfang family, the master of the Kong family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. They were a few supremes. Some of them were old acquaintances. They were the masters of the other 6 ancient families. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to control the 9 dragons' bloodline to summon the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Supremes' faces turned ugly after being ignored by Lu Ming. Let's attack together. The Supremes exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Bang, bang, bang. A few brilliant rays of light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The rays of light were beautiful but filled with murderous intent. Piss off. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Bang. A terrifying force crushed the space and surged toward the few supreme beings. The attacks of the Supremes were as weak as tofu before this force. 2 of the 9 heavens Supremes even exploded and died on the spot. As for the masters of the 3 ancient families, they were sent flying for 1,000 miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted out from their mouths and their auras weakened. He killed 2 Supremes with 1 strike and severely injured the other 3. Such battle prowess was extremely shocking. In the distance there was silence. No one dared to speak. Today the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had all gone to the sacred city. Not a single sovereign was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's battle prowess? There were some young geniuses in the crowd. They were all on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming before. At this moment they were looking at the figure on the dragon vein with dismay and shock. Back then they were of the same generation and competed with each other. However, in just a few years the distance between them and Lu Ming was already thousands of miles. There was no comparison at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. The roar of the 9 dragons shook the sky. Clang, clang. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron kept vibrating. One after another they flew towards Lu Ming. More and more Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4 cauldrons, 5 cauldrons, 6 cauldrons. Quick, spread the news. Someone in the 9 Dragon City ordered. Whoosh, whoosh. Voice transmission jade talismans flew out one after another. However, as soon as they flew out of the 9 Dragon City, a light screen rose up and intercepted all the voice transmission jade talismans. Several figures stood in the void outside the 9 Dragon City. Among them, there was a dean of the World Academy who cultivated the path of inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supremes who cultivated the path of inscription. They had already set up a barrier outside the 9 Dragon City to intercept the voice transmission jade talismans. Lu Ming summoned more and more divine 9 dragon cauldrons. In the end, all 9 cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to where you came from. Lu Ming whispered. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. All 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. Rrr, rrr, rrr. At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodlines in the 9 dragons city went berserk. They were like 9 real dragons that wanted to break through the sky. Lu Ming's face was calm as if he had expected this. He waved his hand and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription talismans flew out and flew towards a dragon bloodline. Chapter 1338. Suppress. Lu Ming whispered. The 9 inscription talisman scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they spread over the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins temporarily returned to peace. According to ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron was gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely rebel. Lu Ming had already expected this, so he had asked his second body to refine the 9 inscription talisman scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only suppress them for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins calmed down, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragon veins and took a step forward. In the next moment he appeared outside the 9 dragon city. Rise! The old dean of the World Academy shouted. The other supremes assisted, and a barrier appeared outside the 9 dragon city. This barrier was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that DE would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take away the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier they set off with Lu Ming. Soon they returned to the northern plains through the transborder teleportation array. Let's go to the holy city. With the order, figures tore through the space and headed toward the holy city. At the same time, the experts of the divine army also set off toward the holy city. The holy city was bustling. Above the holy city, a platform appeared in the void. On it, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying and Qilins roaring. This was the platform used by the Xie family during the million-year sacrifice. Now they were using it again. It showed how much importance the Xie family placed on this alliance ceremony. The Holy Emperor has arrived. A voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. In the depths of the palace, figures flew out one after another. Leading them was the current Holy Emperor, Xie Qitian. Besides Xie Qitian, there was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's Holy Emperor. Other than that, there were more than a dozen people. Each of them had a powerful aura and were all emperors. A small portion of them were from the Xie family. The rest were from the Xie family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts landed on the platform. Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's DE and the other emperors have arrived. Another shout rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The leader of the group was Emperor DE. Next to him were 2 old men. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the strong cultivator of the peak of the Second Emperor realm who had appeared at the World Academy. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind him there were more than 10 other rulers following him. Brother DE. Xie Qitian laughed and stepped forward to salute DE. Brother Xie. DE bowed. To bring Xia Xia Jiao, bring Xia Xia. To bring Xia Xia Jiao. Bring Xia Xia Qitian instructed. Yes. To the to be to be. To the be to the to die. Now. Calm? On? The entrance to the abyss of demons was to the north of the sacred city. After a while they were far away from the center of the sacred city. When they were about to reach the entrance to the abyss of demons, at this moment, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure almost disappeared and his aura was completely gone. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, that person did not even have time to react before Lu Ming put him into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly. He looked exactly like that man. The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something. He looked back but he didn't find anything. That's strange. There was a fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned. He scanned the crowd with his spiritual consciousness, but he didn't find anything. He gave up and continued to fly forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone noticing. This was also because Lu Ming had mastered the path of inscription. It was very mysterious. At the same time he had the help of the mountain river diagram. Otherwise it would have been impossible. It wasn't easy to swap under the nose of an emperor. Soon they arrived at the entrance to the abyss of demons. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the abyss of demons smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He didn't expect to come to the abyss of demons again so soon. Xia Zhuyang and the others are suppressed in the abyss of demons' flames. Their cultivations are sealed, so they can't resist. But we still have to be careful. These people aren't simple. The leading emperor warned. He had a horse face. Lu Ming had never seen this emperor before, but it was obvious that he was the emperor of the Xia family. The Xia family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning there were only 3 emperors in the Xia family, but it was obviously more than that. Who knew how many more emperors were hidden in the dark? Yes. The others responded. Okay. The horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group into the depths of the abyss of demons' domain. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor released his emperor's aura. When the demon temple clan sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon, they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the abyss of demons' domain. In front of them, a blazing heat could be felt. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano. The flames weren't ordinary flames, but the abyss of demons' flames. When they stopped above the volcano, a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. This was because Lu Ming found a figure in each volcano. Lu Ming saw familiar figures. Supreme Nine Yang by Shijin Du Songjue. There were a total of 5 people. Except for Supreme Nine Yang, the other 4 were all sovereigns of the Talisman Puppet sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in midair. Within the volcanoes, the pitch-black 9 underworld's devil flame danced and burned the 5 of them constantly. This kind of abyss of demons' flames wouldn't burn them to death immediately, but it would bring them endless pain. Moreover, the cultivation of Supreme Nine Yang and the other 4 had been sealed and they couldn't resist it. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xia Zhuyang, today is the day of your death. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xia Zhuyang and the others with a disdainful expression. Is that so? Your Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the day of your death. Xia Zhuyang, who was sitting in the volcano, looked up at the sky and said coldly, Lu Ming? The horse-faced emperor sneered and said with contempt, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming has returned? Is it true? Zongzi has returned? Chapter 1339. Don't rejoice too early. Today is not only the day you die but also Lu Ming. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands? Xia Zhuyang asked in a deep voice, a little worried. Not yet, but it will happen soon. The horse-faced sovereign smiled and continued, I heard that Lu Ming is a righteous person. If he knows that you are going to be executed today, will he rush to the sacred city to save you? As long as he comes, he will die. You, despicable. Despicable and shameless. You are using us. Don't even think about it. When Xia Zhuyang by Shijin and the others heard the horse-faced sovereign's words, how could they not know the conspiracy of the Xia family and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? They were obviously using them to lure Lu Ming over. Scream. No matter how loud you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Seeing the anxious look on Xia Zhuyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds could be heard. Before the sound had died down, there were already figures appearing in the surroundings. The Masha clan. They were all members of the Masha clan. Each of them had a towering demonic aura as they stared coldly at the horse-faced sovereign and the others. The aura of these Masha clan members was extremely terrifying. They were stronger than any of the Masha clan members that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one leading them was exceptionally burly and had a towering demonic aura. The vast demonic aura was unfathomable. A demonic emperor. The one leading them was actually a demonic emperor, the sovereign of the Masha clan. The horse-faced sovereign's expression changed. Masha clan, what are you trying to do? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Of course we are here to kill you. The demonic emperor of the Masha clan said coldly. How dare you? Do you want to exterminate the clan? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Exterminate the clan? If the Xia family could do that, my Masha clan would have been exterminated long ago. Would you be so kind as to spare us? The sovereign of the Masha clan mocked. Clang, clang. At this moment, the sound of chains breaking could be heard from the bottom of the volcano. Immediately after, 5 powerful auras rushed out from 5 of the volcanoes, and 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Zhuyang and the others. Xia Zhuyang's body was like a burning sun. The terrifying power of fire caused the temperature within tens of thousands of miles to rapidly rise. Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Nine Suns Sovereign had actually broken through to the Emperor realm. Now he should be called the Nine Suns Sovereign. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. From the looks of it, they were not trapped at all and had taken the initiative to rush out of the volcano. How did you escape? The horse-faced Emperor was shocked. Of course with my help. Now all of you can stay here. The Emperor of the Masha clan said, his voice filled with killing intent. Let's go and spread the news. The horse-faced ruler suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The Devil Emperor of the Masha clan had been staring at the horse-faced Divine Emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced Divine Emperor moved, the Devil Emperor of the Masha clan moved as well. He clawed out a sharp claw light toward the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Kill. The other members of the Masha clan also rushed towards the Xie family. Boom. On the other side, Xia Zhuyang and the others had also made their move. Xia Zhuyang threw out a punch that was like a sun, blasting toward the horse-faced Divine Emperor. The horse-faced Divine Emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take Xia Zhuyang's punch head-on at all. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other two also launched an attack on the Xie family. Inscriptions appeared and the killing formation shone. Bai Shijin and the other three attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. In an instant a few people were killed. Lu Ming did not immediately reveal his true face. Anyway, Xia Zhuyang and the others had the upper hand now, so he was not in a hurry. His figure swayed in the void, silently dodging some of the attacks. Nine Suns Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Zhuyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even shadows of nine suns that appeared around his body. He threw out a punch that was like an exploding sun, blocking all the escape routes of the horse-faced Divine Emperor. The horse-faced Divine Emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow. The horse-faced Divine Emperor's body shook violently, and he kept retreating. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xia Zhuyang at all. As soon as he retreated, the Masha clan's Divine Emperor's attack arrived. He could only desperately resist. The people brought by the horse-faced Divine Emperor were killed one after another. None of them could escape. Run, I must escape. The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared in his heart. His true ether seemed to be burning and his domain covered his body. He blocked Xia Zhuyang's attack head-on. Although he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body was almost burnt, he successfully rushed out of the encirclement and flew frantically toward the exit of the 9 underworlds. Oh no, we can't let him escape. Xia Zhuyang hurriedly chased after him. The Masha clan's Divine Emperor also quickly chased after him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared from the crowd in a flash. Oh no, one of them escaped. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The horse-faced Divine Emperor's speed was astonishing. At this time he was running for his life, so he could be said to be extraordinary. In an instant he traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could escape 100,000 miles, inscriptions suddenly flickered in front of him, and a large formation appeared. In the large formation, 8 huge chains appeared and wrapped around the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Break! The horse-faced Divine Emperor's expression changed. He blasted a move at the chains, but his attack only caused a vibration and did not break the chains. How could this be? The horse-faced Divine Emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This large formation was obviously set up by a Divine Emperor. How could there be another Divine Emperor stopping him? In the next moment, a figure appeared and blocked in front of the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Zhaopa, it's you? No, you're not Zhaopa. The horse-faced Divine Emperor was stunned at first, then he roared angrily. He was very familiar with Zhaopa. It was impossible for him to set up a large formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhaopa at all. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, Xia Zhuyang and the Masha clan's Divine Emperor had already caught up. Get lost. The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large formation there. Chains covered the sky and blocked the horse-faced Divine Emperor. At this moment, Xia Zhuyang and the Divine Emperor of the Masha clan had caught up and surrounded the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared and stared at Lu Ming with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If Lu Ming had not blocked him, he would definitely be able to escape. Xia Zhuyang and the Divine Emperor of the Masha clan also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Isn't Lu Ming with the horse-faced Divine Emperor? I didn't expect him to be able to stop the horse-faced divine emperor. What's more, he's clearly a divine emperor. If he's an enemy, it won't be good. Didn't you mention me just now? Lu Ming smiled, and then the shape of his face began to change, returning to his original appearance. You're Lu Ming? Chapter 1340. The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were here at that time. The horse-faced emperor remembered that when they were about to reach the entrance of the demon realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he did not find any traces. He thought that he was hallucinating, but now it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a corpse flew out. It was Xiaopa. Lu Ming, why are you here? The most surprised person was none other than Xia Jiuyang. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation base. The auras emitted from Lu Ming's body were the aura of a level 9 inscriber and a ruler. Lu Ming has already broken through to become a ruler? No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming had already broken through to become a ruler. Senior Jiyoung, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have come. Xia Jiyoung thought of something inside. Let's kill this person first. Lu Ming looked at the horse-faced emperor. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You'll definitely die. The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, wanting to escape from the sky. You won't be able to escape, Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body lit up, and a large formation appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, using them as a sword and slashing out. A sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky, slashing toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to resist. However, his domain could not withstand a single blow from the sword chi and was split open. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed in pain as his body was split into 2 halves. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. This scene was witnessed by Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other Masha clan experts who had caught up to them. Immediately, gasps could be heard from all of them. He killed a ruler with a single sword. What kind of combat power was that? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but Xia Jiuyang and the emperor were also dumbfounded. Emperor. Lu Ming emperor's face was calm. Ming Lian's second body had just broken through to become a ruler, but his combat power could not be calculated with common sense. Engraving the second body and cultivating the Tao of engraving, each level was perfect, and each level had to have 10 spirit lamps lit. Besides, his second body had inherited the inheritance of the heavenly arcana saint, who was a martial sage. Lu Ming's second body was astonishingly powerful, be it in terms of the control of mental strength or the inscription array that he had mastered. The killing formation he had carved in his body was even more powerful. Therefore, even though a mortal's second body had just become a martial emperor, his combat power was on par with his main body. He could easily fight against the peak second-layer martial emperor. With his strength, killing an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would be a piece of cake. Zongzi? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stammered as they stared at Lu Ming. They were speechless as if they were dreaming. It was already incredible enough to see Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat power was even more incredible. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. Senior Bai, Senior Du. Lu Ming smiled and brought his fists together to greet them. Zongzi, it's really you. You've become a LV9 inscriber? Haha, that's great, that's great. Our talisman puppet sect finally has a LV9 inscriber. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled in excitement and almost burst into tears. Lu Ming, why are you here? De and the Xia clan are trying to lure you here. Xia Jiuyang suddenly spoke, causing Bai Shijin and the others' hearts to skip a beat. Their expressions changed and the joy in their hearts disappeared. What was left was only worry. I know that. However, we still don't know who will win today. Then Lu Ming briefly explained his plan to her. Alright seniors, let's go out now. Lu Ming said. Oh. Suddenly a voice was heard. It was the Masha clan's emperor. What? Lu Ming looked at the Masha clan's emperor and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Masha clan's emperor's expression changed. He was a little afraid of Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xia Jiuyang and the others. They can't leave. This is the condition they agreed to. Condition? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, it's like this, Xia Zhuyang immediately explained. It turned out that Xia Zhuyang and the others were able to escape because of the condition they had agreed to with the Masha clan. Xia Zhuyang and Bai Shijin had agreed to join the Masha clan and help them fight against the Xia clan for 500 years. In return, the Masha clan would remove the seal on Xia Zhuyang and the others. That was why the previous scene had happened. Lu Ming roughly understood what had happened after listening to the explanation. The Mo Sha clan had been trapped by the Xia family, and they had been constantly sending people to hunt them down. The overall strength of the Mo Sha clan wasn't as strong as the Xia family, so they could only hide in the demon area of the netherworld. The Masha clan had their eyes on Xia Zhuyang and the others' strength. As long as Xia Zhuyang and the others joined the Masha clan, their strength would increase greatly. They would have more confidence to fight against the Xia clan in the future, and the Masha clan's days would be better. After thinking about it, Lu Ming smiled and said, "So it's because of this. Haha, the Masha clan will never regain their freedom if you keep on defending like this. You've heard that I'm going to fight against the Xia clan. This is a chance for the Masha clan. Why don't you come with me? As long as the Xia clan is destroyed, the Masha clan will regain their freedom forever." Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The look in the Masha clan's emperor's eyes changed. He seemed to be tempted, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, "Although you're strong, the Xia clan has a strong foundation. If you fight against the Xia clan, you'll only die." Apparently, the emperor of the Masha clan didn't believe that Lu Ming could fight against the Xia family. "Divine Emperor of Chaos Sky, Xiao Wan. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the 9 underworlds." Lu Ming's heart stirred as he said, "What? Xiao Wan is your ally? Will you be participating in this battle as well?" The Masha clan's emperor's eyes lit up. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "Why should I believe you?" He had to be careful because this was related to the survival of the Masha clan. Following Lu Ming to the final battle was equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. "Do you believe her?" Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Xian Yinqing walked out from it. Lu Ming. Chapter 1341. I am the inheritor of Xiao Wan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xian Yinqing's head, and a shocking demonic aura spread in all directions. The Xia family's bloodline, and this, such a strong demonic aura, such a pure demonic aura. The Masha clan's royal clan was shocked. "How about now?" Lu Ming asked. "All right, the Masha clan will take a gamble. We'll go with you and fight the Xia family to the death." The Masha clan's royal clan gritted his teeth and agreed. "Great, let's not waste any more time. Let's go." Lu Ming was delighted. The Masha clan's strength was not weak, and it increased their strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They flew toward the exit of the 9th Underworld's demon realm. Soon, the city at the exit of the 9th Underworld's demon realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light shield that enveloped the entire city. Clang. Lu Ming pointed his finger like a sword and slashed out. A sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was slashed open. The remaining force of the sword aura did not stop and it almost split the entire city into 2. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. There was an uproar in the city and countless powerful auras rushed up. Kill. Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the city. On the platform above the sacred city, De Xie and the others had already taken their seats. In the north of the platform, there was a huge flag tens of thousands of feet high fluttering in the wind. This was their alliance flag. De Xie and the others were drinking wine and waiting. They were waiting for Xia Zhuyang and the others to be brought here and killed. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. Suddenly, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xie Qitian's hand. He picked it up and his face changed. "What's going on?" De asked. "Someone saved Xia Zhuyang and the others, and they're attacking the passage of the 9th Underworld's demon realm. Brother D, please wait here. I'll go and take them down." Xie Qitian got up and was about to lead the Xia clan's experts to the 9th Underworld's demon realm. At this moment, figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, Yen Kuangtu, and the barbarian emperor, and the experts of the divine army appeared on the other side. "Now," Lu said suddenly. Boom. Lu Ming stepped out. Heaven and earth were roaring and the void was exploding. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the sacred city. A light screen appeared in the sky above the holy city, but when it was hit by the void passage, it began to shake violently. Boom. On the other side, Xiao Wan punched out, and a fist force smashed onto the light screen. Attack. The other rulers also attacked at the same time, including the powerhouses of the heaven-guarding divine army. At the same time, more than 20 rulers attacked together. The scene was earth-shattering. Bang, bang, bang. Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently. Crack. In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on it, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Inside the holy city, just as Xie Qiqian was about to take his people to the underworld demon domain, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded in the sky. It was as if thousands of heavenly thunders were exploding, as if the world was going to collapse and the end of the world was coming. What happened? In the holy city, countless people looked up at the sky with horrified expressions. In the sky, there was an irresistible pressure spreading down, making everyone feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. They're finally here. Di looked up at the sky. You came at the right time. Xie Qiqian also looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Kacha. Boom. Suddenly, the sky rumbled violently. Numerous pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Then, one figure after another stepped out from those cracks. Every single one of them emitted an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the masters of the world. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. And Xiao Wan. Someone in the holy city roared. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. Lu Ming was the most powerful genius among the younger generation. At such a young age, he was able to kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was a peerless genius and had never been seen before. Xiao Wan was the peerless expert of the ancient Saint Court's Xie family. 30,000 years ago, he had single-handedly stirred up a storm in the world, causing the extremely powerful ancient Saint Court's Xie family to plummet and lose control of the world. This had caused the world to be filled with experts fighting for supremacy. The two of them were the most powerful people in the divine region. At this moment, the two of them had come together. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras shot up into the sky. De and the Emperor of Emperor Deity Palace released their auras and shot up into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. Just the three of them had auras that surpassed Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, since you're here today, stay here forever. The elder in the golden robe said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom. On the other side, an old voice came from a crack in the space. Following which, more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the experts of the divine army. The moment the experts of the divine army appeared, their auras merged with Lu Ming and the others. Alright, since you're all here, let's settle this once and for all. Xie Qiqian roared. The experts of the Xie family also shot up into the sky, joining De and the others. Boom. The two sides added up to about 50 emperors. Their auras clashed, causing the entire holy city to shake. Below, in the holy city, countless people found it difficult to resist such pressure. It was as if they were facing the masters of the world. They could not help but kneel down, trembling in fear. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the entire holy city let out buzzing sounds as countless rays of light lit up. In the holy city, countless buildings and streets were covered with inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the holy city. The holy city had been passed down for millions of years. After being supported by generations of saint emperors, it could be said that the entire holy city was covered with inscriptions and was indestructible. The inscriptions filled the air and the large array appeared. Only then did the people in the holy city feel less pressured. Huff, huff, huff. Many people let out a long breath and realized that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. The scene of dozens of emperors confronting each other was too terrifying. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, it had only happened a few times. Today, I'm afraid the world will fall apart. Someone sighed, knowing that an earth-shattering battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you're here, you won't be able to save Xia Zhiyang today. He must die today. De's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Is that so? A clear voice was heard, but it was not Lu Ming's main body that spoke. Instead, it came from another direction. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Figures flew over and revealed themselves. That's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. Chapter 1342. There were two Lu Ming. Everyone was stunned. Some people scanned with their spiritual senses and found that the two Lu Ming's auras were exactly the same. The only difference was that one of the Lu Ming's aura was the aura of martial arts. The other was the way of inscription. There were two Lu Mings. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were confused. They looked at each other. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems that you were the one who made a scene in the drunken immortal garden. Xie Qitian's pupils shrank as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated a certain kind of wonderful technique. That was why he had two clones that were similar to the cloning technique. D was the calmest. He had guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret technique. Back then he had sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Puppet sect, but Lu Ming had appeared in the Middle Continent's sacred city. Because of this, he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have grown to this level? Who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Killing intent flashed in Xie Qitian's eyes. Many geniuses had died in the drunken immortal garden. Even Xie Zhen had become an idiot. These days he had been hunting for the murderer. He did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming, who had sneaked into the Ninth Serenity and rescued Xia Zhuyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and fell on Xian Yanqing. Xie Qitian's eyes became colder. Xian Yanqing, how dare you show up here? You are a traitor of the Xie family. How dare you help an outsider against the Xie family? A person walked out from the platform and stared at Xian Yanqing. This person was Xie Qitian's younger brother, Xie Qiyu. Haha, traitor? Help an outsider? How ridiculous. The Xie family treated me like this. I have nothing to do with the Xie family. In my opinion, the Xie family is the outsider. Xian Yanqing sneered and looked at Xie Qiyu mockingly. Impudent. Xian Yanqing, let me tell you, you were born as a member of the Xie family, and you'll die as a ghost of the Xie family. You'll have to listen to the orders of the Xie family. If you don't listen, you'll be betraying your ancestors. Xie Qiyu shouted. Haha, how ridiculous, how shameless. By the side, Xiao Wan laughed loudly. His gaze swept across the Xie clan members in disdain as he said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied, you cannot resist? And to be obedient? That's because you have a servile nature. Once you meet an expert, you can only become a slave. Such a clan is rotten to the core. What do you want it for? Why not destroy them? Many members of the Xie family turned pale and looked at Xiao Wan angrily. However, no one dared to speak. Xie Qiyu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiao Wan. He could only target Xian Yanqing and shouted, Xian Yanqing, your father is here and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your wrongs now, perhaps they will spare your life. Bam, bam, bam. As soon as Xie Qiyu finished speaking, Xian Yanqing took a step forward. She stepped through the air, causing the air to rumble with her steps. Xian Yanqing landed on the platform and said, I'm right here. If you have the ability, you can send someone to capture me. This was a challenge. Xian Yanqing challenged the Xie family. The members of the Xie family were silent. Send someone to take down Xian Yanqing? Who should they send? Xian Yanqing was from the younger generation. They could not send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years, right? However, who in the younger generation of the Xie family was a match for Xian Yanqing? Xian Yanjuan used to be there. However, Xian Yanjuan was not here now. After a while, no one made a move. You don't have to send someone from the younger generation. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. Xian Yanqing said. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xie family. This was undoubtedly a mockery. A person who was regarded as a rebel by the Xie family was invincible among the younger generation. No one could even send someone to attack him. This made many members of the Xie family blush. This brat is doing it on purpose. She wants to embarrass the Xie family. Xie Qiyu roared in his heart. Xian Yanqing, I'm here to take you down. A tall and slender man stepped out. This person looked to be almost 40 years old. However, he was actually 50 or 60 years old. He was 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the others. Bang! This person landed in front of Xian Yanqing. A powerful aura broke out of his body. 8th level spirit god. Xian Yanqing, surrender. The muscular man stretched out his hand. His majestic true essence condensed into a large hand and grabbed at Xian Yanqing. Since you attacked, you should be prepared to be killed, Xian Yanqing said. His voice was as cold as his gaze. His slender hand pressed forward lightly. The sky demon force field pressed down on the muscular man. Boom. The muscular man did not even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then he turned into ashes and dust in the sky demon force field. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. An 8th level spirit god expert was killed in one move. An 8th level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. So strong. Experts gathered at the scene. Any supreme or emperor could easily do this. However, how old was Xian Yanqing? He was only in his 20s. Xian Yanqing had been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to overlook Xian Yanqing's existence. However, everyone had no choice but to re-evaluate Xian Yanqing now. At his age, there were not many people who could turn an 8th-level spirit god expert into ashes in one move. How can he be so strong? He's just an anomaly. In the crowd, Xie Yan, Xian Yanlin, and the other Xie clan geniuses were pale. Xian Yanqing's action was the biggest blow to the Xie clan's younger generation. In the past, Xian Yanqing was just an anomaly in their eyes. However, this anomaly had far surpassed them and left them in the dust. They found it hard to accept. Xie clan, who else wants to attack? Xian Yanqing's cold voice sounded. The Xie clan was silent. Who else wanted to attack? An 8th-level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. Xian Yanqing's battle prowess had at least reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Could it be that the Xie clan had to send out a supreme to deal with a junior? Audacious. Impudent. What a ruthless method to kill a fellow clansman. Today I must teach you a good lesson. With a loud shout, Xie Qiyu took a step forward. The aura of a supreme pressed down on Xian Yanqing. Haha, a supreme who has cultivated for thousands of years is attacking a junior and speaking in such a dignified manner. How shameless. Lu Ming sneered. His voice sounded from afar. Xie Qiyu's face was burning. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lu Ming's words. He approached Xian Yanqing step by step. Kneel. Suddenly Xie Qiyu shouted. The aura on his body burst out violently, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xian Yanqing. Chapter 1343. But Xian Yanqing was like a cool breeze. He didn't feel anything at all. Even his clothes didn't flutter. You're the one who's kneeling. Xian Yanqing pressed her hand forward and the heavenly demon force field erupted, enveloping Xie Qiyu. The heavenly demon force field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xie Qiyu. Crack. Xie Qiyu's expression changed drastically. He felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body suddenly trembled and he almost knelt down. Break! Xie Qiyu roared and cast the embryonic form of his domain to resist the heavenly demon force field. The demonic aura on Xian Yanqing's body became denser. A round bead vaguely appeared between her eyebrows. At this moment, the power of her heavenly demon force field was instantly raised to the extreme. Xian Yanqing pressed her hand forward again. Boom! The embryonic form of Xie Qiyu's domain collapsed. He roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Xie Qiyu knelt down heavily on the platform in front of Xian Yanqing. Ah! Xie Qiyu roared and struggled madly. His face turned the color of pig liver. As a chosen, it was already a great loss of face for him to act against a junior. But in the end, not only had he failed to take down Xian Yanqing, he hadn't even started fighting. Instead, he had been forced to kneel in front of Xian Yanqing in front of countless people. This was a great humiliation. It was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless in front of Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon force field. Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure of the demonic Tao. His demonic Tao cultivation was incomparably pure and powerful. Moreover, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake to him. Xie Qiyu didn't have much power to resist in front of Xian Yanqing. Kill? Xian Yanqing shouted. Her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and slashed at Xie Qiyu with her fingers like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared at her fingertips, condensing into a lotus sword. Impudent! You dare? In the sky, a white-haired old man shouted angrily. He stepped out and charged toward Xian Yanqing. The pressure of an emperor pressed down on Xian Yanqing. This was an emperor of the Xie family. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired ruler struck out with his palm. A palm print as big as a mountain blasted toward Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and a ruler. Just as Xian Yanqing was about to abandon Xie Qiyu to block the attack, a voice rang in her ears. Then the lotus sword in her hand did not stop, slashing towards Xie Qiyu. No! Xie Qiyu roared in horror. Evil creature! How dare you! Above, Xie Qitian and the white-haired ruler roared. The white-haired ruler's palm print emitted a dazzling light, and its power was even more terrifying as it blasted towards Xian Yanqing. A dignified ruler actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. How shameless! I'll be your opponent. A clear voice sounded. In front of the white-haired old man, a young figure suddenly appeared. It was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body pointed his fingers like a sword. A sword light appeared and slashed out. The sword light easily split the white-haired old man's palm print into two halves. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash toward the white-haired ruler. Below, a scream was heard and then it stopped abruptly. Blood spurted out and Xie Qiu's head flew far away. His spiritual deity flew out, but it was also turned into ashes under the destructive power of the heavenly demon force field. Before Xie Qiu's body fell, a scream came from the sky above. The white-haired ruler's body retreated frantically. His face was pale and one of his arms had disappeared. His eyes were filled with horror. If he had not retreated quickly just now, his entire body would have been split in half by Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward. His long robe fluttered, and his killing intent was like a tide. Sword chi flickered from his fingers as he slashed toward the white-haired old man again. The power of this sword strike was terrifying and earth-shattering. The entire sky was split open by this sword strike. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but even the other rulers of the Xie family were shocked. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh. Suddenly, a milky white holy light condensed into a spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's gaze freeze. The sword chi in his hand also changed its direction and slashed toward the holy light spear. Clang. A deafening collision sound was heard. The sword chi and the spear dissipated at the same time. Lu Ming's second body looked up at the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen rulers of the Xie family. Holy light kept jumping in his hand and another spear was condensed. Peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. An emperor from the heaven-suppressing divine army said in a solemn voice. This gray-haired old man was actually a peak expert of the second level of the martial royal realm. Xiet Sangqiong he Xiet Sangqiong. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. It's him. Everyone who heard this person's name was shocked. Xiet Sangqiong was the younger brother of the previous Saint Emperor of the Xie family, and Xie Qitian's uncle. This person was amazing, and his talent was even greater than the previous Saint Emperor. However, it was rumored that after he became a ruler, he went overseas to seek the Great Way. Many people thought that he had died overseas, but they did not expect him to still be alive and guarding Holy City. The secret strength of the Xie family was indeed amazing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The holy light spear in Xiet Sangqiong's hand became brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Haha, Xiet Sangqiong, your opponent should be me. At this time, the old commander of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He stepped out into the void, and his aura locked onto Xiet Sangqiong. Xiet Sangqiong's face changed. The old commander's cultivation was also at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, and he was not weaker than him. He dared not be careless. Heaven-suppressing divine army, all traitors will be executed today. Xie Qitian shouted coldly and his aura burst out. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen rulers of the Xie family released their auras and suppressed the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army did not show any weakness. More than a dozen rulers released their auras and confronted the rulers of the Xie family. The atmosphere was tense and a battle was about to break out. Clang. A golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of the rulers, it was still dazzling and outstanding. Was D. He looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said, Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you. Di's powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming. Bang. Xiao Wan stepped out and his demonic chi was like a rainbow. His voice rang out, D, your opponent is me. However, a golden figure appeared in front of Xiao Wan and blocked him. Xiao Wan, the previous battle was not decided. Let's continue today. Chapter 1344. A battle was about to break out. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. D, let's fight. Whoosh. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted Di. It was Xia Zhiyang, the Nine-Sun Sovereign. Xia Zhiyang's entire body was bathed in flames, like a blazing sun. Xia Zhiyang, you want to fight me? Haha, although you've broken through to the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. Di smiled indifferently. Di, the moment you tried to kill me we had nothing to do with each other. I've already repaid what I owed you, but you haven't repaid what you owed me. You and I must fight. If we don't fight today we won't have another chance in the future. Xia Zhiyang said. Won't have another chance in the future? Xia Zhuyang, you know your place. You know you're going to die today. Di sneered. Xia Zhuyang shook his head and said, what I mean is, you're the one who will die today, so we won't have another chance in the future. I'm the one who will die. Aha, how ridiculous. Xia Zhuyang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Di laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword qi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. Lu Ming knew that Xia Zhuyang had a knot in his heart, and that was Di. He and Di had to fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had to fight. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xia Zhuyang to break the knot in his heart, and it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. Master, catch the tower. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand and the Emperor's Spirit Tower flew towards Xia Zhuyang. Xia Zhuyang raised his hand and caught the Emperor's Spirit Tower. The Emperor's Spirit Tower vibrated slightly, as if resonating with Xia Zhuyang. A circle of territory bloomed and merged with Xia Zhuyang. The Emperor's Spirit Tower was a fire-based royal spiritual weapon. Xia Zhuyang had awakened the Nine Sons bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the royal realm and cultivated the Nine Sons' divine body, his body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. Once the Emperor's Spirit Tower was in Xia Zhuyang's hands, it connected with his mind and was to be controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yan Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor's Spirit Tower was first refined by Yan Kuangtu. If Yan Kuangtu had deliberately controlled it, Xia Zhuyang would not have been able to use it. Xia Zhuyang, so what if you have another Emperor-tier spirit weapon? Do you think you can contend against me? Kill. Di shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword as he slashed down. A golden sword radiance slashed towards Xia Zhuyang. Nine Sons' divine fist. An even more shocking flame erupted from Xia Zhuyang's body. It was as if the sun was burning. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Zhuyang threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 streams of fist strength, like 9 suns, rushed toward Di. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Boom. The Emperor's Spirit Tower shook and turned into the size of a mountain, smashing toward Di. Boom. Di's sword qi struck the Emperor's Spirit Tower, and both of them collapsed. Again? Xia Zhuyang roared. His domain spread out and merged with the domain of the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The power of the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda became even stronger, several times stronger than when it was in the hands of Yan Kuangtu. It once again smashed towards Di. Emperor's Sword. Di's eyes were cold. His sword qi whistled. A golden sword qi like an emperor's sword rushed out, filled with supreme majesty as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was amazing. Di began to show his strength at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Clang. The sword struck the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The Emperor's Spirit Pagoda shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xia Zhuyang's body also shook and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xia Zhuyang's cultivation was only at LV1 martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. The gap between him and Di was too big. Even if he had a royal spiritual weapon, he was no match for Di. Emperor's Sword, break the world. The sword qi rushed to the sky and slashed towards Xia Zhuyang again. Xia Zhuyang continued to resist with the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. Clang. The sword qi struck the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The Emperor's Spirit Pagoda shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. Di's cold voice rang out. He struck out with his sword towards Xia Zhuyang's head. Master. Yan Kuangtu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes also showed a dignified look, but he did not help. Just as Di's sword qi was about to hit Xia Zhuyang, a stone flew out from between Xia Zhuyang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out, Xia Zhuyang's aura soared. He punched out and hit Di's sword qi. Boom. With a shocking roar, the sword qi was defeated. That's the Divine Sun Stone? It's really the Divine Sun Stone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xia Zhuyang's eyebrows and exclaimed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yes, the stone between Xia Zhuyang's eyebrows was the Divine Sun Stone. Lu Ming had cut it out from the ancient mine of the Divine Ruins during the Mu family's stone gambling event on the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Sun Stone was produced from the core of the sun. It was a perfect match for Xia Zhuyang's constitution. Lu Ming had given the Divine Sun Stone to Xia Zhuyang when they had broken out of the 9 underworlds. Xia Zhuyang was very shocked. He had wanted to refuse it. After all, it was too precious. However, Lu Ming had said that he would talk about it after this battle, so Xia Zhuyang had accepted it. The divine sunstone was indeed a perfect match for Xia Zhiyang's constitution. Xia Zhiyang had refined it slightly and it had merged perfectly with him. Once the divine sunstone appeared, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation soared temporarily with the help of the divine sunstone's power. He had reached the second level of the martial royal realm. Di's eyes shone with a cold light. Like two-sword chi, they pierced toward Xia Zhiyang. So what if you have the divine sunstone? You'll still die. Di's voice rang out. Sword chi whistled and charged toward Xia Zhiyang. Xia Zhiyang controlled the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda and smashed it toward Di. Divine Fist of the Nine Suns. Xia Zhiyang roared. His body glowed. Then 9 suns appeared from his body. Kill. Xia Zhiyang charged toward Di, his fists constantly bombarding Di. Boom. Boom. There was an uproar in the sky. The two men engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was extremely shocking. For a moment there was no clear winner. Gosh, they're really too strong. With such power, if they landed on the ground they could pierce through the earth, right? In Sacred City, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert's attack was already terrifying enough, let alone a battle of Di's level. The entire Sacred City was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally a strong chi would fall from above, but it was blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire Sacred City would be destroyed. Xia Zhiyang can actually fight with Di? Some of the onlooking sovereigns were horrified. Xia Zhiyang's combat strength was beyond imagination. Even if Xia Zhiyang had a martial royal spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first level of the martial royal realm. An ordinary martial royal realm expert could not fight with Di even if he controlled a martial royal spiritual weapon. Chapter 1345. Xia Zhiyang's spiritual body is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary spiritual body. Yes, Xia Zhiyang's spiritual body is the rare 9 suns divine body. It's not an ordinary spiritual body. Some sovereigns discussed. In the sky, Martial Emperor Di and Xia Zhiyang had exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The more Martial Emperor Di fought, the colder his eyes became, and the stronger his killing intent became. Die, evil disciple. Suddenly Di roared. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand, and the sword chi suddenly soared. Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The battle sword in Di's hand was undoubtedly an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Di finally took out an Emperor's spiritual weapon. What shocked Lu Ming was that the Emperor's spiritual weapon in Di's hand was very similar to the one that Di Hongqing had taken out. It seemed to be the same kind of Emperor's spiritual weapon. Clang. Di's sword slashed the Emperor's spiritual tower and sent it flying. Then the battle sword slashed at Xia Zhiyang. After all, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation was much lower than Di's. After Di took out the Emperor's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Master. Yen Kuangtu was shocked. Kill. Di held the Emperor's spiritual weapon battle sword in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a knife, and he attacked Xia Zhiyang. He wanted to take Xia Zhiyang's life with this sword. Whoosh. At this time Lu Ming rushed out. In the process, the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline and the 3rd bloodline appeared at the same time. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He twisted his body and pounced on Di, clawing at him. The dragon claw was covered with the chaotic essence. Lu Ming used almost all of his strength in this move. Lu Ming, if you want to save him, I'll kill you first. Di shouted coldly. The battle sword did not stop and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's dragon claw grabbed the battle sword. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword chi that was incomparably sharp, as if it could destroy everything in the world. The dragon claw's concept of primal chaos violently vibrated. In the end, it was actually slashed apart. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the concept of primal chaos and landed on the 9 dragons. Whoosh. The massive body of the 9 dragons was sent flying for 100 miles before it came to a stop. Its body was covered with sword scars. Di controlled the Emperor's spirit weapon and slashed with all his strength. Its power was truly terrifying. Lu Ming used all his strength and was barely able to block it. However, the body of the 9 dragons' bloodline was covered with wounds and almost collapsed. Circulating his bloodline power, the 9 dragons' wounds quickly healed. Lu Ming, I told you can't save me. Di's eyes were cold. Holding his battle sword, he continued to attack Xia Zhiyang. Brr. The 9 dragons roared, wanting to rescue him again. Whoosh. A red-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Your opponent is me. The red-robed old man was another peak level 2 martial royal realm expert beside De. When he attacked, his power was shocking. If you want to win with numbers, kill. On the other side, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others shouted and attacked the red-robed old man. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Kill. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace also attacked the barbarian emperor and the others. Damn it, let's fight. Fight. Boom. 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 A chaotic battle broke out. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Northern Plains started to fight. Each of them chose an opponent and flew into the sky to fight. Clang. Xiao Wan and Di Hongqing also attacked. A ray of saber light and a ray of sword light almost tore the sky apart. The two of them fought in the sky while the others stayed far away. On the other side, the Heaven Suppression Army and the Xie family's rulers also made their moves. They were engaged in a chaotic battle. The old general and Xie Zhangqiong started to fight fiercely. As for the 100 Battles Martial Emperor, he fought the old Sacred Emperor. Boom. 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 The sky above the holy city was in chaos. Dozens of emperors attacked, and a destructive aura spread out for millions of miles. In the holy city, if not for the protection of the inscription array and the fact that the emperors flew into the sky to fight and deliberately avoided the holy city would have been destroyed. Even so, the destructive aura was too terrifying. Countless people in the holy city trembled and knelt down. Even some of the supreme beings were pale. Such a battle was too shocking. Even the supreme beings could not interfere. Once they were involved, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Yan Kuangtu, Xian Yanqing, and the others raised their heads and looked worried. They wanted to interfere, but they realized that they could not. They could only watch. The supreme beings did not make a move. They just looked at the sky. They understood that the battle between the sovereigns in the sky was the battle that would determine the situation of the divine wilderness. Whichever side sovereign won would be the victor. Boom. The 9 dragons' dragon claw clashed with the red-robed old man. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming, I'll kill Xia Zhuyang first and then you. Today no one can save you. Di sneered. The situation was clear. They had the upper hand with their peak combat strength. He and the red-robed old man were invincible. Di stepped forward and attacked Xia Zhuyang. Let's fight to the death. Xia Zhuyang shouted. He planned to fight Di with his injured body. Tu Qian. At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a burly figure appeared. He held a huge battle axe and chopped at Di. The power was shocking. Di's pupils shrank. He did not have time to deal with Xia Zhuyang. He waved his sword and clashed with the battle axe. Clang. Tu Qian and Di's bodies shook and they retreated. Peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm? An emperor's spiritual weapon? No, it's a puppet. Lu Ming, why do you have such a powerful puppet? Di's spiritual consciousness swept over Tu Qian and he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet with him. Tu Qian did not say a word. He raised his battle axe and attacked Di. Clang. Di could only fight with Tu Qian. Tu Qian also controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon. He was not weaker than Di. They fought fiercely. Xia Zhuyang's body was covered in flames. The power of the divine sunstone kept flowing into his body. His injured body was recovering quickly. Damn it, I'll kill you first. The red-robed old man shouted. A golden battle axe appeared in his hand. An emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was almost the same as the one in Di and Di Hongqing's hands. This emperor's spiritual weapon seemed to come in a set. Lu Ming was even more certain that Di's background was extraordinary. Di's background was mysterious. He seemed to have appeared suddenly 10,000 years ago. Who can you kill? Just as the red-robed old man took out his emperor's spiritual weapon and was about to attack Lu Ming, a clear voice sounded behind him. A terrifying sword chi slashed at the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was shocked. He quickly turned around and slashed with his sword to disperse the sword chi. Lu Ming. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank and his face changed. The person behind him was also Lu Ming. Chapter 1346. Old man, the battle between you and me has just begun. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouth. Then, a thunder cauldron appeared and rapidly grew in size, smashing toward the red-robed elder. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and the chaotic will spread out. They used the suppressing hell heaven skill and the 9 dragon claws grabbed toward the red-robed elder. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body also moved. He took a step forward and endless inscriptions appeared in the void. More than a dozen large formations appeared at the same time and more than 100 huge chains were formed, wrapping around the red-robed elder. Break! The red-robed elder struck out with his palm and sent the thunder cauldron flying. At the same time he slashed out with his golden battle sword and broke the 100 chains. But then the 9 dragons attacked. The 9 dragon claws were filled with chaotic light and crushed the space. The red-robed elder was shocked by their power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi whistled and mysterious runes appeared on the body of Ming Lian's second body, forming a terrifying killing formation. The second body flicked out 9 rays of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was so powerful that the red-robed elder was terrified. Lu Ming's main body and second body had the same consciousness and worked together seamlessly. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon and slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi, covering his body. Although the emperor's spiritual weapon was powerful, its power was greatly reduced when it slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi. Boom! The 9 dragons' claws slashed down and destroyed more than a dozen rays of sword chi. On the other side, the sword chi slashed out by the second body also collided with more than a dozen rays of sword chi and dissipated. But as soon as the sword chi dissipated, large formations appeared in the sky. This time, there were large formations to trap the enemy and also large formations to attack. The dense light flooded toward the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder could only fight back. For a moment, the red-robed elder was completely passive. Lu Ming's main body and second body were equivalent to the peak of the second-layer martial royal realm, which was the same as the red-robed elder. But when the main body and second body worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two of them, one in the martial Tao and the other in the Tao of inscription, was flawless. Various techniques to trap and attack the enemy were like a storm that poured down towards the enemy, causing the enemy to have no chance to catch their breath at all. Even though the red-robed elder was controlling the emperor-rank spirit weapon, he was unable to form an effective counterattack. Under Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, he could only protect himself. This caused many spectators to be shocked. The two Lu Mings teaming up were able to suppress a second-layer martial dominator realm expert with a martial dominator weapon. On the other side, Tu Qian did not care about his own life. He launched a crazy attack and entangled Di. At this time, Xia Zhuyang's injuries were almost healed. He joined the battle group and attacked Di together with Tu Qian. The battle situation fell into a state of anxiety for a moment. The two sides fought fiercely and for a moment, it was hard to tell which side would win. Just as Lu Ming and the red-robed old man were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Lu Ming's main body. Then, a black sword radiance broke the space and suddenly appeared behind 9 dragons. The sword pierced toward 9 dragons. This was very sudden. When the sword radiance came, there was almost no fluctuation. Its speed was shockingly fast. 9 dragons wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The black sword radiance pierced 9 dragons' body. The terrifying sword chi surged wantonly. At the same time, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. This person was thin and pale. His face was ferocious. Die, Lu Ming. Die. How dare you kill my son Mingzi? Go to hell. This person roared with a ferocious face. Bang. The 9 dragons' bodies began to crumble. But before the black-robed man could rejoice, a steel appeared. An aura stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline burst out. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline. Boom. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook and hit the black-robed man. At the critical moment, the black-robed man blocked with the black sword in his hand. But his body was still shaken. He was sent flying and vomited blood. First Emperor of the Netherworld, you are courting death. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent from the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. This black-robed man was the first Emperor of the Netherworld. He was very powerful and had reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. However, he was only in the early stage of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Moreover, he did not have a Martial Royal spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not worried. Swoosh. At this moment, the red-robed elder finally seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi hit the bottom of the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. That was where the suppressing prison steel's bloodline was. It was indestructible. Clang. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook. With the help of the red-robed elder's strength, it flew far away in the direction of the first Emperor of the Netherworld. The first Emperor of the Netherworld was shocked and wanted to escape. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Hundreds of chains wrapped around him. Ming Lian's second body had attacked. Break! The first Emperor of the Netherworld shouted. He slashed out with his black sword and tried to break the chains. However, his cultivation level was much lower than that of the red-robed elder. Moreover, he did not have a martial royal spiritual weapon. When he slashed out with his sword, he only managed to break a few chains. More chains wrapped around him. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline had already reached him. It was filled with chaotic will and suppressed the first emperor of the netherworld. How dare you be distracted? I can kill one of you. Kill. On the other side, the red-robed elder was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a ferocious light. The sword chi in his sword surged and he attacked Ming Lian's second body. In his opinion, Lu Ming's main body was stupid to kill the first emperor of the netherworld. In this way he could kill the second body first. As long as he killed one, the other one would not be a threat. The terrifying sword radiance slashed at the second body. However, the second body's expression was calm as it continued to retreat. As it did, numerous spell formations began to appear around it. Break, break, break. The red-robed elder slashed out with his sword and broke the large arrays. Then the second body continued to attack. The killing array on the second body shone even brighter. Sword chi shot out, but they were all slashed apart by the red-robed elder's sword. The red-robed elder quickly approached Lu Ming's second body. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body's glabella shone. Two sword radiances suddenly appeared and attacked the red-robed elder. They were extremely fast. Moreover, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the two sword radiances. Oh no! The red-robed elder was shocked. The two sword radiances gave him a sense of danger. He had goosebumps all over his body. At this critical moment, he could not care less about killing Lu Ming's second body. He used his sword to defend himself and slashed at the two sword radiances. Clang, clang. Sparks flew. The two sword radiances were sent flying by the red-robed elder. However, his arms were slightly numb. What a powerful force. This is... The red-robed elder was shocked. When he saw the two sword radiances, his eyes narrowed. They were two small swords. They were about the length of a palm and looked like two feathers. He could vaguely hear the cry of a phoenix. Chapter 1347. Back then, Lu Ming had followed the ancient desolate city to an island in the heaven realm for the first time. Lu Ming had obtained 5 phoenix feathers. After that, when Ming Lian's second body entered the sacred mansion secret realm to receive the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint, Lu Ming had given Ming Lian's second body some things related to the path of inscription, including most of the refining materials. Over the years, as Ming Lian's second body's cultivation increased, he had refined the 5 phoenix feathers into 5 flying swords. Lu Ming called them the Phoenix Feather Flying Swords. The Phoenix Feather Flying Swords were extremely sharp and indestructible. They were shockingly powerful. Just now, Ming Lian's second body had used 2 of them, forcing the red-robed elder to defend himself. On the other side, a scream was heard. The first emperor of the underworld was no match for Lu Ming. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the first emperor of the underworld's body cracked and blood spurted out. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel suppressed the first emperor of the underworld's body for the second time. The first emperor of the underworld's body was torn apart and his spiritual spirit exploded. He was the strongest ruler in Nanming, and he became the first ruler to be killed after the war began. And the one who killed him was Lu Ming. In the holy city, countless martial artists who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. The first emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld was definitely an invincible figure in the past. With a stomp of his foot, not only the southern underworld but the entire divine region would be shaken. In the past, such a character was like a legend that weighed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. Whenever someone mentioned him, they would tremble in fear. However, such a matchless figure died just like that, killed by an even more powerful expert. Bus. After killing the first emperor of the underworld, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated and suppressed the red-robed elder. Damn it! The red-robed elder roared in his heart. He slashed his sword chi at the second body. But the second body cultivated the path of inscription and had many tricks up his sleeves. All kinds of arrays appeared, some to trap the enemy, some to harass the enemy, some to defend, and some to attack. At the same time, the killing arrays on the second body and the 2 phoenix feather flying swords were extremely powerful. The red-robed elder did not dare to be careless. Although he forced the second body to retreat, he could not do anything to it. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline arrived and pressed down on the red-robed elder. Above it, the chaotic will pressed down and the space collapsed, making it difficult for the red-robed elder to breathe. Clang. The red-robed elder wielded the sword with both hands and slashed at the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it was sent flying. However, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing steel caused the red-robed old man's expression to change. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of mountains. On the other side, the second body had also arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. The two phoenix feather flying swords were incomparably sharp and as fast as lightning. It was almost impossible to see them with the naked eye as they pierced towards the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder focused 120% of his attention to block them. Space fluctuated as the second body stepped into the air, approaching the red-robed old man step by step. With every step it took, a greater ray would appear in the void. Too difficult to deal with. The red-robed old man's heart was trembling. His eyes were filled with anger and he felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Ming was simply too difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, the red-robed old man controlled an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. Neither Lu Ming's main body nor second body could be a match for the red-robed old man. They would be suppressed or even killed. However, when the two of them worked together, their strength would increase exponentially. Even if the red-robed old man had combat strength, he would not be able to use it. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. The red-robed old man roared as his quintessence erupted. He wildly slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. Rays of golden sword light continuously slashed out in all directions, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Boom, boom. One after another, the formations were broken and crumbled. Lu Ming's main body and second body smiled coldly. They did not attack, but the second body continued to inscribe arrays and attack the red-robed old man. Controlling an emperor-grade spiritual weapon was something that consumed a lot of quintessence. The red-robed old man's quintessence would not last long under such a fierce attack. Indeed, after a while, the red-robed old man started gasping for breath. His quintessence was severely depleted. This won't do. This won't do. I'll meet up with DE first. If we work together, the situation will be much better. The red-robed elder thought to himself. He realized that if he were to fight Lu Ming alone, he would be too passive. He would not be able to unleash his full potential. If he were to cooperate with others, they would be able to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man wanted to charge at DE. Just at this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming's main body and second body flashed with a cold light at the same time. Boom. The hell-suppressing steel formed by Lu Ming's main body shone brightly. It was as big as a mountain, and the state of chaos lingered around it. Strong energy poured into the third bloodline. The hell-suppressing steel executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man, suppressing him. At the same time, the second body shouted and the two phoenix feather flying swords flew toward the red-robed old man. As for the second body, the runes on its body were densely packed, forming a terrifying killing formation with boundless killing intent. The second body was the core of the killing formation. Boundless sword chi surged and gathered into one. The second body turned into a sword chi and attacked the second body. Lu Ming launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man. Emperor sword, sword destroying the firmament. The red-robed old man circulated his quintessence crazily and slashed out twice. Two sword chi as big as mountains slashed toward the main body and the second body. Clang. The hell-suppressing steel collided with one of the sword chi. The sword chi dissipated and the hell-suppressing steel was sent flying. On the other side it was a battle between sword chi. The sword chi whistled and filled the sky with sword chi. The two phoenix feather flying swords in the second body were blocked. However, at this moment, 3 more sword chi whistled out from the second body's forehead. There were 3 more phoenix feather flying swords. These 3 phoenix feather flying swords were beyond the red-robed old man's expectations. The 2 sword chi attacks just now had exhausted him and he needed time to catch his breath. However, Lu Ming had already calculated the timing and grasped it perfectly. At this moment he launched a sure kill attack. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank rapidly as he roared in his heart, "No, pooh, pooh, pooh." The 3 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the red-robed old man's body. One went through his forehead, one went through his heart, and one went through his dantian. These 3 places were all vital points. The red-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he would die in this battle, killed by Lu Ming. Then the red-robed old man's corpse fell to the ground. A second-layer martial monarch peak martial emperor with a martial emperor spirit weapon was killed. The holy city was in an uproar. This was a battle that turned the tide of the battle. The emperor heavenly divine palace lost a peak expert. Who could stop Lu Ming now? The battle between the martial emperors in the sky became more intense. Casualties also started to appear among the martial emperors. Some martial emperors were injured and some martial emperors even died on the spot. The battle was extremely tragic. Chapter 1348. However, although those sovereigns were fighting, they were also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, after discovering that Lu Ming had killed the red-robed elder, the sovereigns of the northern plains and the heaven-suppressing divine army were greatly motivated. On the other hand, Di Tian Divine Palace and the Xie family were the opposite. They were all shocked. How is this possible? Someone shouted. Lu Ming had actually killed a peak second-level martial emperor who was in control of an emperor-level spirit weapon. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Would there be a shocking reversal in this battle because of Lu Ming? Boom. On the battlefield closest to Lu Ming, Tu Qian and Xia Zhuyang exchanged blows with De and both sides retreated. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's main body and second body broke through the void and appeared beside De, forming a pincer attack. Join forces to attack me. Fine, let's kill them together. At this moment, De was still extremely powerful and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. De, why do we need to attack you together to kill you? Today I will settle the score with you. Lu Ming said and locked his aura on De. Senior Zhuyang Tu Qian, go and help the others. Leave De to me. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tu Qian listened to Lu Ming's instructions. He did whatever Lu Ming said. He nodded and flew away, joining the other battle groups. He chopped down with his axe and immediately split an sovereign into two. Oh no, join forces and form a battle formation. And sovereign shouted. Tu Qian's participation undoubtedly broke the balance. Some sovereigns shouted and some sovereigns gathered to form a battlefield to defend. In this way they could barely deal with Tu Qian. Lu Ming, Xia Zhuyang said and was a little worried for Lu Ming. Senior Zhuyang, don't worry. De and I have to make a decision today. Lu Ming said. Then be careful. Xia Zhuyang warned and also attacked the other sovereigns. Lu Ming's side began to gain the upper hand. In the beginning they had fewer rulers on their side so they were at a disadvantage. Now the situation had reversed. After Xia Zhuyang left, only Martial Emperor De and Lu Ming were left. Boom. Both sides stood facing each other, their killing intent rumbling. After so many years, Lu Ming finally stood in front of De and had a decisive battle with him. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers and tribulations. Finally, he had reached his current combat power and was able to fight it out with De. Because of the 9 dragons' blood essence, the two of them were on opposing sides. A battle was inevitable. Lu Ming's spine emitted waves of heat, and a bloody glow filled the air. That was the reaction of the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, Emperor De's body was filled with a blood-red light and the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Through the 9 dragons' bloodline he could sense the 9 dragons' blood essence in Martial Emperor De. Unlike Lu Ming, De's 9 dragons' blood essence had not awakened his bloodline. Instead, it had merged with his body. That was right. When De obtained the 9 dragons' blood essence, he was already a martial emperor. He could not use it to awaken his bloodline. He could only refine it. Kill. De did not want to waste any more time. He launched an attack and charged toward Lu Ming. Bang, bang, bang. The second body stepped on the void and a great formation appeared. There were all kinds of trapping and attacking formations. They emitted all kinds of lights and charged toward Martial Emperor De. At the same time, Sword Chi whistled and 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed toward De. The spirit-suppressing Steel's bloodline also charged toward De with the chaotic will. De's combat strength was very strong. He was even stronger than the red-robed old man. However, he was also caught in the red-robed old man's situation. He was put in a difficult position by Lu Ming's main body and second body. He could not use his strength at all. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming, today let me show you my strongest combat strength. Martial Emperor De roared furiously. His body began to glow. All kinds of lights were emitted from De's body. These lights formed all kinds of strange phenomena. There were true dragons flying, phoenixes crying, qilins stepping on the air, divine birds flying in the sky, iron swords moving freely. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared on De's body. Lu Ming even saw the 9 dragons among them. 10,000 veins spiritual body. De let out a long howl. His body exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Whoosh, whoosh. De's combat strength increased greatly. The golden battle sword flew across the sky. Sword Chi moved freely, breaking everything. The formation set up by Ming Lian's second body was instantly destroyed by the sword Qi. Clang. The battle sword struck the spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline shook violently and flew far away. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. Fortunately, there was a fragment of the spirit-suppressing steel's main body, which greatly increased its defense. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have dared to fight it head-on. Ding, ding, ding. The 5 phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying. So was the second body, who kept retreating. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Di Yi's combat strength had suddenly increased greatly. It was all because of the strange phenomena on his body. Lu Ming guessed that Di Yi must have cultivated a powerful spiritual body with the help of the blood essence of all spirits. When the spiritual body exploded, its power was far beyond that of an ordinary spiritual body. Spirits of all things kill. Di Yi hollered. The various living creatures in his body suddenly roared and transformed into streaks of rainbow lights, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw 9 dragons, true dragons, and Qilins among them. They emitted a shocking aura and attacked Lu Ming. The spirit-suppressing steel vibrated. It used the spirit-suppressing heavenly skill, which carried the chaotic will, and attacked continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded continuously. Di Yi himself held the battle sword and attacked Ming Lian's second body. "I'll kill you first," Di Yi said coldly. In his eyes, the second body was more difficult to deal with. It had many tricks and thousands of changes. He had to kill the second body first. Lu Ming's main body was nothing to be afraid of. "Di, you think you can kill me? Today I'll show you something." Ming Lian's second body looked calm and smiled inexplicably. Whoosh! Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and a scroll flew out and expanded rapidly, encapsulating Martial Emperor Di Yi's figure. The Million Formation Illustration. Liao Cang's Million Formation Illustration. Martial Emperor Di Yi shouted angrily. "Then, I'll let you taste the power of the Million Formation Illustration again." Ming Lian's second body's golden spirit fire jumped between his eyebrows. Endless light shone on the Million Formation Illustration. It was a large formation, densely packed. One by one the big matrices lit up. Countless terrifying attacks flew out and attacked Di. Whoosh, whoosh. Di held the battle sword. Sword Qi whistled and slashed out crazily, destroying the attacks. However, the Million Formation Illustration had endless formations and endless attacks. It seemed to be endless, attacking Di continuously. There was no doubt that the Million Formation Illustration was also an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Chapter 1349. Back then, Liao Cang was an inscriptionist who controlled the spiritual weapon, the Million Formation Atlas. He had many tricks up his sleeves, which was why Di launched a sneak attack on him. Even so, Liao Cang still left a trace of his imprint underground. The Million Formation Atlas was severely damaged. Over the years, Ming Lian's second body had been cultivating hard in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. As his cultivation increased, he had also been repairing the Million Formation Atlas. Now, the Million Formation Atlas was 80 to 90% repaired. Under the control of the second body, its power was amazing. Ming Lian's second body had the combat strength of the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. With the addition of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords, he was even more powerful. Now that he had used the Million Formation Atlas, his combat strength was almost the same as Di Yi's. Di Yi could only use all his attention to deal with Ming Lian's second body. Buzz. At this moment, the prison-suppressing steel vibrated and suppressed Di. "Damn it!" Di roared in his heart. He divided part of his attention to resist Lu Ming's main body. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It made Di Yi's body shake. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body seized the opportunity to launch a storm-like attack. Trap him. There were at least 100 entrapment formations in the Million Formation Atlas. They suppressed Di at the same time, trying to trap him. Di roared and tried his best to fight. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage. After Ming Lian's second body had used the Million Formation Atlas, the combat strength of the main body and the second body had surpassed Di Yi's. Di tried his best to fight back, but after dozens of moves he was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced the void. They were so fast that even ordinary emperors could not see them clearly. They stabbed toward Di Yi's 5 vital points. Di Yi waved his battle sword to block. Although he blocked them, the prison-suppressing steel suppressed him again. Di Yi roared and could only cover his body with his realm and vital essence. Boom. The realm and vital essence shook violently and were defeated by the prison-suppressing steel. Di's body shook violently. Even though he had cultivated the 10,000 vein spiritual body, he could not resist. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 meridian spirit body that Di cultivated was very terrifying. If he cultivated it to perfection, his power would be amazing. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not perfect and he did not succeed completely. Therefore, he had always wanted to get Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence. Many people's hearts trembled. Di was injured and was no match for Lu Ming. Could it be that the outcome of the battle would be decided this time? Boom. Boom. As soon as Di was injured, Lu Ming launched an even fiercer attack. A phoenix feather flying sword almost pierced through Di's heart. It pierced through his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. Di's face was even paler. Although the phoenix feather flying sword had not pierced his vital parts, its terrible sword chi and destructive power still made his injuries worse. The more serious his injuries were, the more difficult it would be for him to resist Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the prison defending monument, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body staggered and his breathing weakened. Trap. The second body shouted softly. The million formation image shone, and a great formation appeared, enveloping Di. Di roared and tried his best to resist, but this time it was difficult for him to rush out. The avatars of dragons and phoenixes on his body were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. Di, today is the day you die. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the hell-suppressing tombstone. With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out from the hell-suppressing tombstone. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. A devouring power burst out, enveloping Di. 9 dragons' blood essence take. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and the devouring power increased crazily. It could be seen that one of the avatars on Di's body was a 9 dragons. At this time, the 9 dragons were being devoured by the devouring power and involuntarily flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming wanted to take a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence from Di's body. Don't even think about it. Di tried his best to resist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly. Di blocked 4 of them, but one of them hit him, almost cutting off half of his body. At this time, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared. The 9 dragons' avatars on Di's body flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, a drop of blood essence appeared on Di's body. The dragon roared and flew towards Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' blood essence was taken away. Di was unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly. Whoosh. The 9 dragons' blood essence flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly, as if it was very satisfied. Its aura grew stronger. Xie Qitian, if you don't do it now, when will you? Suddenly Di roared angrily. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. 9 heaven bronze men, go. Xie Qitian's loud voice came from the sky. Dong, dong, dong. As soon as Xie Qitian's voice fell, violent vibrations came from 9 different places in the sacred city. 9 powerful auras shot up into the sky. Following that, everyone saw 9 golden rays of light shoot up into the sky. Those are the bronze men. Lu Ming saw that the 9 lights were 9 bronze men. They were golden all over and made of brass. They were more than 3 meters tall and densely packed inscriptions appeared on their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful. Each of them was an emperor, equivalent to a LV1 Martial Royal Realm Emperor. The 9 bronze men flew into the sky and joined the battle, pushing back the 9 emperors. Merge with the bronze men. Xie Qitian's voice came again. At this moment, 9 sovereigns from the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace flew towards the 9 bronze men. It was as if they were performing bloodline fusion. These 9 sovereigns directly fused into the bronze men and disappeared. The auras of the 9 bronze men started to rise rapidly. They broke through LV1 Martial Royal Realm and reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. They continued to rise until they reached peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm, 9 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors. Oh no. Lu Ming was shocked. Kill. Kill. The 9 bronze men roared and charged toward the divine guards and the emperors of the northern plains. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were too powerful. Ordinary LV1 Martial Royal Realm Emperors could not resist. Screams were heard all of a sudden. Lu Ming saw that 5 emperors had been killed in an instant. On the northern plains side, Martial Royal Realm Broken Mountain, Martial Royal Realm Tianfeng, and 3 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed in an instant. 5 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed just like that. The other 4 bronze men were blocked by Tu Qian, Xia Zhiyang, and the Baijian Martial Royal Realm Emperor. Otherwise they would have suffered a greater loss. Oh no, that's the 9 Heavens Bronze Man of the Xie family. The 9 Heavens Bronze Man of the Xie family is still here. Fall back, fall back. The experts of the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains side all roared in fear. It was said that when the ancient sacred dynasty was first established, the first sacred emperor had gathered the experts of the world and spent a lot of effort to forge 9 bronze men. Each bronze man was extremely mysterious and powerful. Chapter 1350. As soon as the 9 bronze men appeared, they were controlled by 9 sovereigns. Their combat strength was at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm and they instantly turned the tables. Boom. While Lu Ming was distracted, Di burst out. His body burned like flames as he rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Lu Ming, you are the ones who will die today. You are no match for me. Di roared as his body emitted a cold killing intent. Gather, gather together. Baijian Martial Emperor gathered everyone. The Xie clan's foundation was too shocking. No wonder it was said that no one in the history of the sacred city had ever been breached. With such a strong foundation, who could defeat them? Under the control of 9 Martial Royal Realm experts, the 9 bronze men were equivalent to peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts. How strong was the combat strength of 9 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts? Baijian Martial Emperor, Tu Qian, Xia Zhiyang, Barbarian Martial Emperor, Yuexin Martial Emperor and the others gathered together and looked at the 9 bronze men cautiously. Kill. Kill them. Xie Qiqian gave the order. Kill. Kill. The 9 bronze men were 3 meters tall. As they stepped on the void exploded continuously. They formed an arc and flew towards Baijian Martial Emperor and the others. Beside them were Xie Qiqian and the other sovereigns. They won. The Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will win. There is no suspense in this battle. From now on, the divine region will belong to the Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In the sacred city, many people who were watching the battle sighed. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would win for sure. With the appearance of the 9 bronze men, the outcome of the battle was set. Some people sighed. This battle was too exciting. Even the lives of sovereigns were like grass in a battle between sovereigns. Up until now, more than 10 sovereigns had fallen. This battle would be recorded in the annals of history and spread through the ages. Let's fight to the death. Baijian Martial Emperor roared. Kill. Tu Qian held his battle axe and rushed towards a bronze man. He chopped down with his axe. As for the bronze man, he punched out. Clang. Tu Qian was controlling a sovereign spiritual weapon and his combat strength was stronger. He sent the bronze man flying with his axe. He is not injured. The hearts of Baijian Martial Emperor and the others shuddered. Although Tu Qian managed to send a bronze statue flying and had the upper hand, the bronze statue was completely fine. Only a faint mark appeared on his fist. It was too hard. Even an emperor-grade spirit weapon couldn't cut it, so how could they fight it? The eyes of the Baijian Martial Emperor and the others flickered with despair. 3 of us will deal with this puppet. As for the rest, kill them. Don't let a single one of them go. A voice came from a bronze statue. Whoosh, whoosh. A few bronze men started to surround Tu Qian, while the rest of the bronze men attacked Baijian Wu Huang and the others. With a flicker, 2 figures appeared in front of the Baijian Martial Emperor and the others. They were Lu Ming's main body and second body. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had returned to its human form. Leave these 9 bronze men to me. You guys go deal with the others. Lu Ming said. What? Baijian Martial Emperor and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues were to be given to Lu Ming? Lu Ming was going to deal with the 9 bronze statues on his own? How was this possible? Although Lu Ming's strength was strong and he might be able to deal with 2 or 3 bronze statues, how could Lu Ming stand a chance against so many 9 heavens bronze statues? These were 9 bronze statues with cultivation of the 2nd layer Martial Dominator realm, and they were extremely hard. Even a 3rd layer Martial Dominator realm expert would not be able to break them. Lu Ming, let's work together. There's still hope. That's right, it's too dangerous for you to fight alone. The Barbarian Emperor, Yuexin Martial Emperor, and the others spoke. Kill Lu Ming first. Since he wants to die, let's kill him first. Xie Qiqian yelled in the sky. Kill. Kill. Bang. 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 The 9 bronze statues charged at Lu Ming. It seemed like they would be able to shatter some of the statues. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, suppress. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. He opened his mouth and roared. 9 large cauldrons appeared from the mouths of the 9 dragons. Once the large cauldrons appeared, they expanded rapidly. They were as large as mountains and blasted toward the 9 bronze men. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, you brought the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Martial Emperor Di yelled in fear in the sky. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron had never moved. It had been refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. In history, only Lu Ming had made the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron move once because of the blood of the 9 dragons. Even Di, who had obtained a drop of the blood of the 9 dragons, had refined it into his body in order to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Therefore he could not use the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was too far away from the 9 dragon veins, the dragon veins would go berserk and the cauldron would fly back. Most importantly, why did no one in 9 Dragon City inform him that Lu Ming had taken the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron? The 9 dragons roared as the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron charged at the 9 bronze statues. Break. The 9 bronze statues attacked together and threw a punch. Dong, dong. It was as if 2 metal mountains had collided with each other, emitting a terrifying rumble. The sound waves from the collision between the metals made the faces of some ordinary rulers turn pale. The vital essence covering their bodies trembled. Bang, bang, bang. Then the 9 bronze statues flew far away like cannonballs. How is this possible? Xie Qiqian and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues fell to the ground. They were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying. How was this possible? On the other hand, Baijian Martial Emperor and the others were overjoyed. Suppress. Lu Ming shouted. The 9 cauldrons continued to suppress the 9 bronze statues. When Lu Ming was still in the Sea of Soul Realm and his 9 dragons bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Realm, he could control the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and fight against a Martial Emperor. In the end, when the 9 cauldrons gathered together, he could even exchange a blow with Di Yi's clone. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before. Moreover, his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the Divine Realm. The power of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was naturally many times stronger. It could completely suppress the 9 bronze statues. Boom, boom, boom. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron suppressed the 9 bronze statues. The 9 bronze statues trembled violently and the patterns on them shone brightly as if they were burning. But in just a few breaths of time, it seemed to burn out. The light on the bronze figure's body rapidly dimmed. Following that, 9 consecutive explosions rang out as the 9 bronze statues actually exploded. The 9 heaven bronze statues were made by the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Finally, they exploded under the attack of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The 9 sovereigns who had merged with the bronze statues and controlled them did not even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. The 9 bronze statues were destroyed. The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone could not believe what they had just seen. Xiao. At this moment, a corpse fell from the sky. Di Hongqing, it was Di Hongqing. He was killed. Chapter 1351. In the end, Xiao Wan was stronger than Di Hongqing. After fighting for so long, he had finally killed Di Hongqing. During the battle, Xiao Wan had been paying attention to the situation. He knew everything that was happening. Attack together and decide the victor. Xiao Wan's voice rang out, his killing intent sharp as a knife. Attack. Kill. Baijian Martial Monarch, Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others charged at the remaining sovereigns of the Xie clan and Di Tian Divine Palace. As for the remaining sovereigns of the Xie clan and Di Tian Divine Palace, they did not have any fighting spirit at all. Lu Ming is not a match for him. Run. Run quickly. The sovereigns of the Xie clan and Di Tian Divine Palace were nearly scared out of their wits. They no longer had any fighting spirit and turned to run. Dang. Dang. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron shook, suppressing the surroundings and blocking their path. Whoosh. Martial Monarch Di suddenly charged in a direction. Since the situation was over, Di also prepared to run. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming shouted, and the 2 Divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons pressed down on Di. Dong. Dong. Di used the Sovereign Spirit weapon to block, but it was useless. The battle sword buzzed and Di vomited a large mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body and he almost exploded. Burn. Martial Monarch Di roared. The true dragons, phoenixes and other mysterious phenomena around him suddenly burned fiercely. His aura suddenly increased by several times. Whoosh. Martial Monarch Di turned into a beam of light and charged out of the encirclement, flying into the distance. After him. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and chased after martial monarch De. At the same time, he secretly instructed Tu Qian to lead people to kill the remaining sovereigns of the Xie clan and De Tian Divine Palace. After being surrounded by the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the remaining sovereigns of the Xie clan and De Tian Divine Palace were surrounded by Tu Qian, Baijian martial monarch, and the others. There was no need for him to worry about this anymore. The situation was set. Although there were still some sovereigns of the Xie clan and De Tian Divine Palace, they were not too strong. The old general blocked Xie Zhangqiong. On Lu Ming's side there were experts like Tu Qian, Xie Luan, Baijian martial emperor, and Xia Jiuyang. Xiao. The two of them instantly disappeared into the distance. In the imperial city, another great battle had erupted. However, there was no suspense in this battle. The sovereigns of the Xie clan and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were killed one after another. Lu Ming and De, one chasing and the other fleeing, traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The second body took a step forward and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. They were all auxiliary inscriptions and almost all of them increased speed. Lu Ming's speed greatly increased and he began to approach Emperor De. De, you've lost. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's voice rang out as he circulated the wind origin technique, increasing his speed. De's face was pale. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and ran away. Flames burned on his body, allowing him to move at an astonishing speed. De was burning his 10,000 vein spiritual body. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. I'm going to tear you to pieces. De roared in his heart. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming had reached its peak. De had cultivated for 10,000 years, taking all kinds of bloodlines and using the essence blood of all kinds of experts to cultivate the 10,000 vein spiritual body. Originally he was just one step away from success and perfection. However, now all his previous efforts were in vain. In order to escape, he burned his 10,000 vein spiritual body. All his hard work over the years was for naught. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, moved at an astonishing speed. They tore through the void and traveled through the alternate space. Soon they crossed the middle continent and arrived in the northern plains. Then they flew toward the boundless ocean. Damn it! Emperor De roared in his heart. He was getting more and more anxious. He was already seriously injured. After the long journey, his injuries worsened. If this continued, Lu Ming would catch up to him. He was not willing to accept this. How could he die here? He wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and revealed a resolute expression. Lu Ming, just you wait. De let out a roar and the flames on his body suddenly surged. Explode. Burn. De roared. Then his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He passed through layers of space and quickly left. The distance between him and Lu Ming rapidly increased. This guy. Lu Ming also admired De's decisiveness. He could see that De had completely burned his spiritual body. His 10,000 vein spiritual body was completely wasted. Even if he escaped, De might not be able to maintain his cultivation. He might even regress. In the future, it might even be difficult for him to improve. In order to survive, De was going all out. The distance between the two grew larger and larger. In the end, Lu Ming could barely see De's shadow. After a while, Lu Ming could no longer see or sense De's existence. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This guy still managed to escape. However, this guy is seriously injured and has completely burned his spiritual body. His cultivation will definitely regress. In the future he won't be a threat to me. However, Lu Ming frowned. He thought of Di Hongqing and the red-robed elder. Where did these two people come from? And they used a unified sovereign spiritual weapon. Could there be a powerful force behind Di? Lu Ming was not worried about Di himself. What he was worried about was the force behind Di. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned around and walked towards Sacred City. By the time Lu Ming returned to Sacred City, the battle in Sacred City had already ended. There was no suspense. With Tu Qian and Xie Luan, the battle was almost one-sided. Almost all the sovereigns of De Tian Divine Palace were killed. Only a few sovereigns who were originally the overlords of Zhongzhou State surrendered to De and were controlled by Xie Luan and the others. After engraving a formation, they could only obey their orders. As for the sovereigns of the Xie family, only a few were left. The rest were all killed. Xie Qitian, the old Saint Emperor, Xie Zhangqiong, and a white-haired elder were surrounded by Xie Luan and the others. Xiao Wan and the others knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. They also knew that Xian Yanqing was a member of the Xie family. Therefore they did not kill these people. They deliberately waited for Lu Ming to return. Xie Qitian and the others stood on the platform. Their eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. They had lost. They had suffered a crushing defeat. This time, the Xie family was in a worse state than 30,000 years ago when Xiao Wan caused chaos in the world and betrayed the Xie family. Last time they had at least suppressed Xiao Wan and retained some strength. There was still hope for them to slowly recover. However, this time they were completely defeated. Their masters were all dead and injured. There was nothing they could do. How could this be? In Sacred City, countless disciples of the Xie family such as Xie Yin were paralyzed on the ground. Their eyes were lifeless. The Xie family had lost. Even their sovereigns had been defeated. The others could not do anything. If they made a move, they would only be courting death. The other martial artists had complicated looks in their eyes. Was the ancient Saint Dynasty Xie family, which had been passed down for millions of years, going to be destroyed from now on? From now on, who would be the master of the divine region? Chapter 1352. General Lu. General Lu. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, all the emperors bowed to Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. Whether it was the emperors of the divine army like Baijian Wu Huang or the northern plains, they were all the same. The reason why they could win this battle was all because of Lu Ming. Right from the beginning, Lu Ming had displayed incredible combat power. He had killed the first emperor of the Netherworld, the red-robed elder, and fought Di. Slowly, he had turned the tide of the battle and allowed them to gain the upper hand. Later, the Xie clan took out the Ninth Heaven Bronze Man and changed the situation. At that time, they thought that they were going to lose and that there was no hope for this battle. But at the critical moment, Lu Ming turned the tide and destroyed the Ninth Heaven Bronze Man and killed the 9 emperors. This time, the situation was completely reversed and they had secured victory. Without Lu Ming, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing the commotion, Xie Qitian, the old Saint Emperor, and the others trembled slightly. They also looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. It was all because of this young man. It was all because of him that the Xie clan had fallen to such a state. Back then it was Lu Ming who saved Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan threw out the Heavenly King Edict and changed the situation of the divine region. It also disrupted the Xie clan's deployment and directly led to the subsequent battle. And this time, it was also because of Lu Ming that the Xie clan had suffered a crushing defeat. Were we wrong? Was it worth it because of the purity of the bloodline? The old Saint Emperor looked even older. He sighed and his voice fell into Xie Qitian's ears, making him feel even more complicated. Yes, was it worth it? Speaking of which, the source of all this was not caused by him. If he had treated Xian Yanqing well, then Lu Ming might have walked together with the Xie clan and even become a member of the Xie clan. Then it was not impossible for the Xie clan to unify the divine region again. Speaking of which, it was all because of him. He had personally turned Lu Ming into an enemy. At this moment he did not know what to feel in his heart. Lu Ming, where's Di? Xiao Wan walked towards Lu Ming and asked through voice transmission. He escaped. Lu Ming replied. Escape? Xiao Wan was slightly stunned and said, no harm either. Di's vitality is greatly damaged and can't stir up any waves either. Lu Ming nodded. General Lu, how should we deal with these people from the Xie family? To kill or not to kill? A ruler asked Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. After this battle, Lu Ming's position in everyone's hearts was very important, even far exceeding Xiao Wan's. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. At this moment, Xian Yanqing was looking at Xie Qitian and the others. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Qin, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming walked to Xian Yanqing's side and said. There was hesitation in Xian Yanqing's eyes, and a trace of reluctance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming sighed. He had already guessed this result. Xian Yanqing's expression looked cold and her methods were ruthless like a witch, but deep in her heart she was still very emotional. After all, Xie Qitian was her father, and the old sacred emperor was her grandfather. They were her family. Although the Xie family was ruthless to her, she couldn't bear to be ruthless. General Lu, Miss Yanqing, the Xie family has a long history and a deep foundation. They have many experts. Leaving them alive will be a disaster. That's right. I suggest that we kill them to prevent future troubles. The other rulers all spoke up and gave their suggestions. You don't have to do it. Suddenly, Xie Qitian spoke as if he had made some kind of decision. He stepped forward, revealing a powerful aura and a kind of majesty. It was the majesty of a sacred emperor. Xie Qitian's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice came from afar. I am the sacred emperor of the ancient sacred dynasty. Even if I die, I won't die in your hands, nor will I die in the hands of others. After saying that, Xie Qitian's finger suddenly pointed at his dantian. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, but soon after, this aura rapidly weakened. At first, it was a martial emperor, then it fell to a prime, and then it continued to fall to a spiritual god, then a spiritual embryo. In the end, there was no true essence or true chi fluctuation on Xie Qitian's body, and he became an ordinary person. He had crippled his own cultivation. Xie Qitian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body went limp on the ground. As the sacred emperor, he had to die with dignity. Even if he died, he couldn't die in the hands of others. In the end, Xie Qitian looked at Xian Yanqing with a complicated gaze, as if he was reminiscing. After a while he said, "Yanqing, in this life, I have wronged you and your mother." These words caused Xian Yanqing's delicate body to tremble. Xie Qitian's age had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's small hand, and only then did Xian Yanqing slowly calm down. "Sai, forget it, forget it. In this world there is no dynasty that can last forever, and no clan that can last forever." The old sacred emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, the Xie clan is willing to make a blood oath. All the direct descendants of the Xie clan are willing to go into seclusion in the palace, and not step out of the palace for 10,000 years. From then on, they will no longer care about the divine wilderness. Can you let the Xie clan live? Seal the palace for 10,000 years and not step out of it." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. "All right, I promise you." After pondering for a while, Lu Ming said. The Xie clan was no longer a threat, let alone sealing themselves for 10,000 years. Not to mention 10,000 years, Lu Ming was confident that he could destroy the Xie clan in 10 more years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming's cultivation would have reached an unknown level. Why would he care about a mere Xie clan? The other emperors didn't say anything. Lu Ming would definitely step into the emperor realm, and he would have a lifespan of 10,000 to 20,000 years. After 10,000 years, why would Lu Ming care about the Xie clan? What could the Xie clan do? The old sacred emperor, Xie Zhangqiong, and the others immediately made a blood oath. The other higher-ups of the Xie clan, such as the sovereigns and spirit gods, all made a blood oath. "Disciples of the Xie clan, follow me into the palace." The old sacred emperor's voice resounded, and all the direct descendants of the Xie clan followed the old sacred emperor and the others into the palace. After that, a screen of light appeared outside the palace and enveloped the palace. The Xie clan would seal themselves for 10,000 years, and they wouldn't be able to step out of the palace for 10,000 years. At this point, the curtains of the battle had completely fallen. In this battle, more than half of the divine wilderness continent's emperors had fallen, and more than 60 to 70% of the overlord forces had been wiped out. It could be said that the divine wilderness continent had never been so weak, and there were so few emperors. "Let's go. Let's return to the 100-beast tribe." Lu Ming waved his hands. He pulled Xian Yanqing and left by stepping into the air. The Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains emperors followed Lu Ming back to the Northern Plains. As for the news of this battle, it spread from the Holy City to the entire divine wilderness continent at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 1353. In the meeting hall of the 100-beast tribe, the sovereigns of the Heaven Suppression Army and the sovereigns of the Northern Plains took their seats. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan sat at the top. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. What should we do next? Xia Zhiyang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. What should they do? Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Now that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed and the Xie clan had suffered heavy losses, they had sealed themselves in the palace for 10,000 years. Aside from the western desert, the vast divine desolate continent was now ownerless. So what should they do next? In other words, how should they distribute it? Everyone wanted the boundless resources in this boundless territory. On the smaller side, there were some overlord factions present, such as the World Academy, the Floating Mountain Sect, and others. How should these factions distribute their territories? On the larger side, it was the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains factions. How should these two factions get along and distribute their territories? In fact, there were also Lu Ming and Xiao Wan's factions in the Northern Plains. However, they were only in an alliance. Everyone fell silent again, especially the Heaven Suppression Army. This was an important problem. If it was not solved properly, it might lead to another huge battle. However, how could the Heaven Suppression Army be a match for Lu Ming and the others? If they fought, they would be destroyed. Hence, the experts of the Heaven Suppression Army felt the most complicated. They found it difficult to speak. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Would Lu Ming and Xiao Wan attack them next? They were not confident. Why don't we form an alliance? After a long while, Xiao Wan spoke. An alliance? Many people's hearts trembled as they began to ponder. If we form an alliance, all the factions will form one faction. Then, the entire divine desolate continent will be under our control. Why should we worry about territory and territory? Xiao Wan smiled. I agree. I agree too. At first it was Chu Luo, Mo Yi and the others. Then Xia Zhiyang, the barbarian emperor, Yuexin martial monarch, and the others spoke one after another, expressing their agreement. Haha, Sovereign Wan Tian's suggestion is good. I agree too. The old general of the Heaven Suppression Army laughed and expressed his thoughts. In the end, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming still hadn't said anything. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. Alright, it's settled then. Xiao Wan smiled. Since it's an alliance, there must be an alliance leader. Who will be the alliance leader? All of a sudden, a ruler spoke. The scene fell silent again. Who would be the leader? To form an alliance and form a force, there was no doubt that the leader of the alliance would be the master of the force. He would also be the master of the divine wilderness, the ruler of the world. Everyone couldn't help but look at the old general, Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. Only these 3 people were qualified to do so. Of course it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is so young and his battle prowess is unparalleled. There has never been such a person since the divine desolate era. Other than him, who else could it be? Xia Zhiyang spoke first, recommending Lu Ming. That's right. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could we have ended up like this? In that case we would be the ones who would die. Lu Ming turned the tide and turned the situation around. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the leader. One of the deans of the World Academy spoke. I also recommend Lu Ming. Me too. Following this, the other deans of the World Academy, the Barbaric Emperor and Yuexin Martial Emperor recommended Lu Ming. Behind Lu Ming, the auras of the Heaven Suppression Divine Ape and Tu Qian went without saying. Everyone was stunned. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's force and strength had become so shocking. Lu Ming picked up a cup and drank slowly without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. The eyes of the martial emperors of the Heaven Suppression Army, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, and the others flickered as if they were planning something. Ah, not bad. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. Xiao Wan laughed and expressed his thoughts. The moment Xiao Wan spoke, Mo Yi, Chu Luo and the others also spoke to support Lu Ming. In the end, only the Heaven Suppression Divine Army was left. The emperors of the Heaven Suppression Divine Army sighed in their hearts. They knew that they were weak and couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Now that Xiao Wan supported Lu Ming, how could they say no? Old General, what do you think? Xiao Wan looked at the old general with a faint smile. Little brother Lu Ming's talent is unprecedented. He has contributed the most this time. It is the blessing of the divine wilderness continent that Lu Ming is the alliance leader. I have no objections. The old general also spoke. The old general spoke. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor and the others also recommended Lu Ming. Alright, then it's decided. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xiao Wan suddenly stood up from his seat and walked down to bow to Lu Ming. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xia Zhiyang, the barbaric emperor, and the others followed closely behind Xiao Wan and bowed to Lu Ming. Following that, Chu Luo and the others also bowed to Lu Ming. Finally, it was the Heaven Suppression Divine Army and the others. Alright, since the army recommends me so much, I, Lu Ming, will not decline. Lu Ming stood up and accepted the position of alliance leader. He didn't decline, nor did he need to. He needed this identity to better protect his family and friends. Alliance leader, since we are going to form an alliance, what should we name it? Someone suggested. The alliance leader has awakened the 9 Dragons bloodline and is famous in the world. In my opinion, why don't we call ourselves the Dragon Alliance? Xia Zhiyang pondered for a moment and said, Dragon Alliance? I think it's fine. It's concise and domineering. Xiao Wan said, Alright, then we'll call ourselves the Dragon Alliance. In the end, Lu Ming made the decision. Now that the name was decided, the problem was, where would the Dragon Alliance's headquarters be? It couldn't be in the sacred city, right? Eastern Wilderness, Northern Plains and Southern Underworld weren't good. The Dragon Alliance had to conquer the world and unify the divine wilderness. Its headquarters had to be in the central continent. Only then could it look down on the world. In the end, everyone discussed. Since the Dragon Alliance was building a new headquarters, it would be best to build one as well. After the discussion, everyone chose disciples in the vast land of the central continent. In the end, everyone decided to build the Dragon Alliance's headquarters on Dragon Leaping Mountain, about 150 million kilometers east of the sacred city. It would be called Dragon Emperor City. After the headquarters decided on the alliance leader's name, they started to choose the important core members. In the end, Ciel Wan and the Heaven Suppression Divine Army's old general would be the Dragon Alliance's deputy alliance leader. The other emperors would be the Dragon Alliance's protectors. Every protector had the power to control a territory. After the core members were decided, it was time to assign tasks. There were two main aspects to the current mission. First, they had to deploy manpower to build Dragon Emperor City. Second, they had to send an army to unify the Divine Wilderness continent. The Xie clan had sealed itself, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed. Almost all the Overlord factions with emperors in the Divine Wilderness continent were members of the Dragon Alliance. However, there were countless factions of various sizes below the Overlord factions. Chapter 1354. On the second day when the news spread, the entire Dragon Alliance cheered. The war was over and the Dragon Alliance ruled the world. The huge Dragon Alliance started to operate. The original major forces sent people to Dragon Leap Mountain to build the Dragon Emperor City. A portion of them sent an army to conquer the world. A few days later, the news of the Battle of Holy City spread across the world. The Divine Wilderness experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Countless cultivators and forces were shocked. A few days later, the Dragon Alliance was established, and Lu Ming was the alliance leader. The news spread across the Divine Wilderness through voice transmission jade talismans. Countless forces, big and small, surrendered and expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Alliance. Now that the Xie family had sealed the palace for 10,000 years and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, the Dragon Alliance was truly invincible. No force dared to resist. Then the Dragon Alliance split into three groups. The old general led an army to sweep across the middle continent. Ciel Wan led an army to attack the southern underworld. As for Lu Ming, he personally led the army to the eastern wilderness. There was no suspense. The major and minor forces of the middle continent surrendered. When Ciel Wan attacked the southern underworld, he was only met with some resistance. Those who resisted were easily killed by Ciel Wan, and the rest surrendered. Half a month after the Battle of Holy City, Lu Ming led his people back to Yinyang Mountain. Yinyang Mountain is finally reclaimed. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stood in the sky, looking at the vast land of Yinyang Mountain. When Yinyang Mountain was attacked by De and they were captured, they thought that they would never be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain. They did not expect that they would be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain in just a few months. Zhongzi no, alliance leader. Bai Shijin and the others looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. They did not know how to address him. Senior, since I am Master Liansong's disciple, I am the Zhongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. You can call me Zhongzi in private. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zhongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. They were afraid that Lu Ming would look down on the Talisman Puppet Sect. But now it seemed like Lu Ming did not forget his roots. There were many experts in the Dragon Alliance. On the other hand, the Talisman Puppet Sect still didn't have a ruler. They were afraid that the Talisman Puppet Sect wouldn't be able to compete with the other powerhouses in the Dragon Alliance. The other forces wouldn't be able to distribute enough resources and would decline. But now they did not have to worry. Lu Ming, the alliance leader, was the Zhongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect had an extraordinary status in the Dragon Alliance. They did not have to worry about not having an emperor to hold the fort and not being able to obtain resources. Senior Bai, Senior Du, in the future, both of you will lead the original disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect to oversee the Yinyang Mountain. Yes, Zhongzi. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue complied. As for the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, it flew back to the Nine Dragon City after the battle in the Holy City to suppress the Nine Dragon Veins. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, they did not encounter any resistance when they arrived at the Nine Dragon City. The big and small forces in the Nine Dragon City had already opened their gates. When Lu Ming's army arrived, the forces in the Nine Dragon City knelt down and surrendered to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader of the Dragon Alliance. We are willing to submit to the Dragon Alliance and serve the Alliance Leader. 5 or 6 supreme beings stood at the front and bowed respectfully. Hee old acquaintances. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked down at the 6 supreme beings. Among the 6 supreme martial artists, 3 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. They were the remaining 3 family heads of the 6 ancient families, the Dongfang family head, the Kong family head, and the Nangong family head. The 3 patriarchs broke out in a cold sweat when Lu Ming glanced at them. Alliance Master, we were blind in the past and offended you. From now on, we will definitely be at your beck and call and do our best. The Dongfang clan patriarch said with a face full of cold sweat. The pressure emitted by Lu Ming made it difficult for him to breathe. They knew that if Lu Ming gave the order now, not only them, but also their families would not be spared. In the crowd behind, many of the geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before, or even competed with him, knelt on the ground with complicated feelings. For example, Dongfang Yu and the others. A few years ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. However, a few years later, Lu Ming was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness mainland. He reigned supreme in the world. There was really no comparison. Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others trembled in fear. They did not understand what Lu Ming was thinking. Would he kill them? This kind of waiting was incomparably torturous. After a long while, Lu Ming said faintly, "Well, I allow you to surrender, but all your forces will be moved out of Nine Dragons City to the northern plains. Do you have any objections?" "No, no objections. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance Leader. This subordinate is grateful." The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. To them, although Nine Dragon City was their foundation and they had developed here for nearly 10,000 years, it would be a pity to move away just like that. However, compared to the calamity of extermination, it was much better. Naturally, they didn't dare to say half a word. Soon after, the powerful forces in Nine Dragon City began to take the cross-territory teleportation formation to the northern plains. There were naturally people in the northern plains to arrange for them. As for the smaller forces in Nine Dragon City, there was no need for them to stay. They could not make any waves even if they stayed. After that, Lu Ming left Xiaojuyang Yen Kuangtu and the others to deal with Nine Dragon City, the original Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Myriad Demon Valley. Lu Ming flew towards the east alone. Soon after, Lu Ming entered the Tianxian region. However, Lu Ming did not go to the Tianxian branch palace immediately. The first place he went to was the 100 Deities Slope. The battle of the Holy City had spread across the entire Divine Wilderness continent, including the Tianxian region. Some of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palaces were in chaos. Without any control, there were all kinds of fights over the treasures of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the branch palaces were restrained and were waiting for news. They knew that if the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, there would definitely be a powerful force taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and territory. There would definitely be someone to take over them. The Tianxian branch palace was not in chaos. In a courtyard in the center of Tianxian City, a few people were drinking tea and discussing matters. The leader was the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace, Mu Tian. Beside him were Mu Yi and Mu Zheng. Who would have thought that the vast Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that had been passed down for 10,000 years would fall just like that? Mu Yi drank a cup of wine and sighed. A few days ago when they received the news, they were shocked and could not believe it. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was such a colossus. How could it fall just like that? The path of martial arts is filled with danger. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator might fall if they are not careful. Mu Jing also sighed. It is said that more than 20 emperors fell in this battle. Mu Tian said, his voice slightly interfering. Chapter 1355. Sovereigns were like gods in their eyes. They ruled over the world and were invincible. With a wave of their hands they could destroy the heavens and the earth. With a thought they could kill billions of people. They would never see such people in their lives. However, more than 20 of them had died in a battle. It was hard for them to imagine. The one behind all of this is Lu Ming. Mu Tian suddenly let out another sigh. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng fell silent. Brother, is the Lu Ming you're talking about the Lu Ming who walked out of our place? Mu Yi asked after pondering for a while. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the one who dominated the battle was a young genius called Lu Ming. He had killed more than 10 sovereigns and was terrifyingly powerful. That young man was called Lu Ming. After the battle, almost all the sovereigns and powerful forces in the Divine Wilderness continent formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. The leader of the Dragon Alliance was Lu Ming. I'm not sure. We are in the borderlands. The news I received was not very detailed. I only know that Lu Ming came from the Eastern Wilderness. Mu Tian said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Came from the Eastern Wilderness? Could it be the same person? Mu Yi and Mu Zheng let out a long breath. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded outside Tianxian City. What's going on? Mu Tian stood up abruptly. His voice could be heard from afar. Whoosh! A figure appeared and quickly reported, "Palace Master, something bad has happened. The Palace Master of the Black Knife Region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has led his men to invade." What? Black Knife Region? Mu Tian's face changed drastically. Damn it. The Black Knife Region is taking advantage of the situation. Mu Jing shouted angrily. When the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's destruction spread, the subordinate palaces were in chaos. Some of the subordinate palaces snatched the treasures that belonged to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and some even snatched the treasures of other subordinate palaces. The palace master of the Black Knife Region's subordinate palace was the same. He brought his men to plunder everywhere. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed, no one cared. These people wanted to plunder a batch of treasures and then go far away to hide and cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, figures rushed into Tianxian City as powerful auras filled the air. "Men, meet the enemy!" Mu Tian shouted and soared into the sky. Mu Yi and Mu Jing followed closely behind. At the same time, figures flew out from all over Tianxian City to join Mu Tian and the others. As soon as they met up, a group of people flew over from the front. They were all dressed in black robes and carried black sabers on their backs. The leader of the group had a fierce-looking face and a long beard. He was tall and sturdy. "Daoheng, what are you doing?" Mu Tian roared. "Ah, what are you trying to do? It's very simple. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, spiritual materials and treasures in your profound Sky Branch Palace, and I'll spare your lives." The curly-bearded man Daoheng laughed out loud. "Don't even think about it. Daoheng, how dare you? Although the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has been destroyed, the Dragon Alliance has been established and will rule over the world. They will definitely take over the original forces of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. If you do this, you will be hunted down by the Dragon Alliance." Mu Tian roared. "Ah, what a joke. The Dragon Alliance is such a huge force. How can they notice our border wasteland so quickly? Even if they do, we are just small fries in their eyes. They won't pursue this matter. Cut the crap and hand over the treasures." Daoheng said ferociously. "Don't even think about it." Mu Tian's attitude was tough. "You're courting death. Kill." Daoheng roared and took the lead to attack Mu Tian. The people he brought with him also charged towards Mu Yi and the others. Mu Tian released the aura of the third level of the spiritual sea realm. After all these years of cultivation, Mu Tian's cultivation had improved a little and reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Yi and Mu Zhang had also broken through their limits and entered the spiritual sea realm. They were both at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. In addition, there were 2 martial artists at the first level of the spiritual sea realm on Tianxian Branch Palace's side. However, the Black Knife region had more experts. There were 8 spiritual sea realm martial artists, and Daoheng's cultivation was also at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. For a moment, the Tianxian Branch Palace was at a disadvantage. Kill. The 2 sides fought fiercely. People were killed constantly and their bodies fell in Tianxian City. However, although the Black Knife region had the upper hand, this was Tianxian City after all. The Tianxian Branch Palace had the home advantage and could use various formations to fight against the Black Knife region. Clang, clang, clang. Mu Tian and Daoheng clashed continuously. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. "Mu Tian, I didn't expect you to break through to the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing." Daoheng's anxious voice was heard. In the past, the Black Knife region's strength was stronger than the Tianxian Branch Palace. Especially Daoheng, who was at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Among the palace masters of the nearby big regions, he was considered strong. He didn't expect Mu Tian to reach the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing and be able to fight against him. The battle was suddenly in a state of anxiety. As for Lu Ming, he went to Baishan Slope. The 100-God Slope was filled with gray fog. It was hazy just like before. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there was someone guarding outside the 100-God Slope. However, he was only a king-tier cultivator, which was far from Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed into the 100-God Slope. The guards didn't notice him at all. As soon as he flew into the area filled with gray fog, Lu Ming felt a force acting on him, preventing him from flying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was much stronger than it had been in the past. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and counteracted this force. He continued to fly inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the force was. It was suppressing Lu Ming, wanting to completely suppress Lu Ming's cultivation. Back then, when Lu Ming came in, his cultivation was completely suppressed, and he became an ordinary person. What a strong force. Lu Ming could sense that the suppression from the outside world was no small matter. It was very shocking. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt like he was being suppressed. Moreover, the deeper he went, the stronger the suppression became. The intent here is also not simple. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Back then, when he came in, he was lucky and encountered wisps of intent of various attributes. He used them to comprehend and improve his intent. Those were left behind by the experts after they died. However, when Lu Ming looked at it now, he saw something different. The artistic conception that was floating between heaven and earth was indeed left behind by powerful cultivators after they died. However, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying oppression from them. Legend had it that the 100-God slope was formed countless years ago when the sky split open and corpses fell down. Lu Ming estimated that those corpses were definitely above the Emperor realm. It was very likely that they were the corpses of saints. Therefore, even though so many years had passed, his cultivation had to be suppressed when he came in with his current realm. Primal chaos. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos intent lingered around his body. As soon as the primal chaos intent was released, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure disappeared without a trace. The primal chaos intent is so mysterious. Chapter 1356. Since the chaotic concept could block the pressure from the outside, Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. His figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light, moving freely in the 100-God slope. The reason why he came to the 100-God slope was that he had obtained the lightning cauldron here. In addition, he had seen a round bead back then. There might be some good stuff in the 100-God slope. Therefore, Lu Ming came to check it out. However, after making a round, Lu Ming was disappointed. Other than the floating concept, Lu Ming did not find anything else, let alone any treasures. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After all, the 100-God slope had been formed for too many years. Moreover, some treasures such as sacred weapons had intelligence and could fly away on their own. There might be some treasures in the 100-God slope's distant past. However, it had been too long. Some of them might have lost their intelligence and turned into dust. Some might have flown away on their own. Lu Ming was really lucky to have obtained the lightning cauldron last time. That is, suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a strong wind blowing in front of him. In the wind, there was a round bead floating up and down. Outside the round bead, there was a small green bird flying around. Is that round bead? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to see the round bead again. Swish. Lu Ming moved and pounced on the round bead. The small bird on the round bead seemed to be frightened. It chirped and flew into the round bead. The round bead flew away with a green light. Where are you going? Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique. His figure was like lightning, closing the distance between him and the round bead in an instant. The round bead was shocked again. With a shake, its speed increased greatly with a swish. It pulled away from Lu Ming. So fast? Lu Ming was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. This round bead was extraordinary. Even if it was not as magical as the lightning cauldron, it was at least superior to a sovereign spiritual weapon. Since Lu Ming had seen it, how could he return empty-handed? Lu Ming increased his speed and chased after the round bead. One chased while the other fled. They were like two bolts of lightning. In a short while, they had circled around the 100-God slope a few times. Whoosh. At this time, Lu Ming waved his hand and reached forward. A giant claw formed. It was 10 miles long and wide. It was wrapped in the chaos concept and grabbed at the bead. The large hand immediately enveloped the bead. The bead buzzed and rushed in a certain direction. However, when the bead came into contact with the concept of primal chaos, it suddenly stopped and did not continue to escape. Instead, it approached the concept of primal chaos and trembled slightly. Lu Ming felt that the round bead was clearly enjoying itself. Lu Ming sucked and grabbed the bead with his claws. Then he wrapped the bead with the chaos concept. As expected, the chaos concept resonated with the bead, and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Air-frozen bead. This round bead was called air-frozen bead. It was a wind attribute treasure. Whoosh. The air-frozen bead vibrated and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. In his sea of consciousness, it stopped not far away from the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's mind moved. A green energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming performed the wind element technique. With a step, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 1,000 miles away. Such a fast speed. The wind energy of this round bead can greatly increase my speed when I perform the wind element technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed. An increase in speed meant that his life-saving ability would be stronger. Air frozen bead has surpassed an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must have other mysteries. I'll slowly study it in the future. Let's make a trip to Tianshan City first. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then he left the 100 God Slope and headed toward Tianshan City. The Great Formation in Tianshan City was extremely fierce. There were casualties constantly. Even Mu Tian, Mu Yi, and Mu Zheng were injured. Tianshan City suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Knife region also suffered heavy losses. Damn it! Dao Heng roared in his heart. He didn't expect Tianshan City to be so difficult to deal with. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down Tianshan City after so long. At this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Boom. Then a huge aura came down from the sky, causing Mu Tian and the others' faces to change drastically. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Tian exclaimed and looked up. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in the sky. The shocking aura came from him. My lord, you're here. Seeing this person, Dao Heng was overjoyed. As for Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others, their hearts sank. Dao Heng addressed the other party as my lord. It was obvious that the other party was on Dao Heng's side. Who was it that Dao Heng addressed him as my lord? Could it be that one of the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was taking the opportunity to collect treasures? Various thoughts flashed through Mu Tian and Mu Zheng's minds. Leave this person to me. You deal with the others. End it quickly. The voice of the black-robed man was heard. A slender black sword appeared in his hand and he pierced it towards Mu Tian. The speed of this sword was shocking. Mu Tian's face changed drastically and he retreated quickly. However, his figure was not as fast as the other party's sword light. The other party was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea tier and was much stronger than him. Don't hurt my father. At this moment, a delicate shout came from Tianshan City. A fiery red sword light flew out and clashed with the black-robed man's sword light. Clang. The black-robed man's sword light was blocked, and the fiery red sword light was also sent flying. Swish. A figure rushed out from below and stood in front of Mu Tian. Lan, Mu Tian called out. Mulins. The figure that appeared behind him was Mulins. Mulins stood in the sky and released a powerful aura. She was also at the 7th level of the spiritual sea tier. Father, why didn't you call me? Mulins asked. Lan, you were in seclusion previously, so I didn't call you. Mu Tian said. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl here. How lucky. The black-robed man's eyes roamed around Mulan's body, burning with passion. You're courting death. Mulan shouted coldly and charged towards the black-robed man with her sword in hand. The two fought together. For a moment, Mulan's had the upper hand. They exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant, and the black-robed man was completely at a disadvantage. Although their cultivation was similar, Mulan's battle prowess was obviously above his. The more they fought, the more shocked the black-robed man was. Sixth brother, you've seen enough. Why aren't you making a move? End the battle quickly or else there will be changes. The black-robed man suddenly shouted towards the sky. A second black-robed man appeared behind a cloud in the sky. This black-robed man's aura was even more shocking, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual sea tier. Mu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. The other party actually had so many experts. This girl is mine. The black-robed man that appeared behind glanced at Mulan's with fiery eyes and said coldly. Fine, she's yours then. The black-robed man in front gritted his teeth. Shio. The second black-robed man turned into a streak of black light and charged towards Mulan's. Chapter 1357. Lan, Mu Tian shouted worriedly. However, Mulan's and the two black-robed men had higher cultivation than him and he could not interfere. Mu Tian, you should worry about yourself. Dao Heng sneered and charged towards Mu Tian. There was no suspense in today's battle. As long as the two black-robed men took down Mulan's, it would be easy for them to deal with the rest. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more unfavorable for Tianshan City. Mulan slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. This chick is really beautiful. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such an attractive lady. The second black-robed man sneered and attacked Mulan's like a storm. Mulan's was panting and sweating profusely. She could not hold on any longer. Boom. At this moment there was a terrifying aura in the sky. This aura was like the ruler of the universe. It was vast and unfathomable like the deep sea. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tianxian city. Everyone from the Black Knife region, including Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, screamed as if they had been hit by a few hundred mountains. Blood spurted out of their mouths. However, the strange thing was that Mu Tian Mulins and the rest of the people from Tianxian City were fine. That is, everyone looked towards the sky and realized that there was a blurry figure in the sky far away. He was covered by a halo and looked like a god in the sky. It's him. Mulins's face changed and a complicated look flashed across her eyes. She then bit her lips and flew down, disappearing from Tianxian City. Who is that? He is so powerful. He is too powerful. Is he a god? The martial artists in Tianxian City looked towards the sky and said in a daze. That aura made them look up and worship him. However, that aura appeared for a very short time. As soon as it appeared, it immediately retracted and disappeared. Then, the figure in the sky stepped down from the sky. Oh, Lu Ming, it's you? Mu Tian exclaimed when he saw the figure. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Lu Ming. Earlier, when he had just arrived in Tianxian City, he had discovered that there was a great battle going on in Tianxian City. In a fit of rage, he had unleashed his aura, injuring the black-robed man and the people from the Black Blade region. And this was him showing mercy. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the black-robed man and the others, Lu Ming's aura would have already turned them into ashes. Not even a speck of them would have remained. Lu Ming, it's really you? Mu Zheng flew over when he saw Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming is back. Heavens, that terrifying aura was actually emitted by Lu Ming. What realm has Lu Ming reached? The other people in Tianxian City exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming. They found it hard to believe that the godlike aura just now was emitted by Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Mu Zheng and Mu Tian. Lu Ming, why did you suddenly come back? Mu Zheng was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. The Dragon League is currently taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and forces. I happened to be in Nine Dragons City, so I came back to take a look. Lu Ming said. What? The Dragon League. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others nodded. Suddenly they thought of something and exclaimed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming, I heard that there was a great battle in the Middle Continent's holy city. The one who dominated the battle is called Lu Ming. Also, the Dragon League has taken over the world. I heard that the leader of the Dragon League is called Lu Ming. Is that you? Mu Tian stuttered when he spoke. Mu Zheng and the others also stared at Lu Ming. Cough cough, that's me. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said. Hiss hiss hiss. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. Although they had guessed it before, they still found it hard to believe after it was confirmed. It felt like they were dreaming. The leader of the Dragon League, the overlord of the Divine Wilderness continent, was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had walked out of the Tianxian region. It was too shocking. They were stunned for a while before they reacted. Then they were overjoyed. It must be Lu Ming. They were sure of it. The aura that Lu Ming had exuded was too shocking. He was like a god, the ruler of the world. Compared to him, they were like ants. However, there was one person who had a complicated look in his eyes. He was filled with anxiety. It was Mui. In the past, he had targeted Lu Ming. Now, if Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he did not dare to think further. Seniors, let's take a look at these people first, Lu Ming said. With a suction force, the two black-robed men and Dao Heng were sucked over by Lu Ming. Spare my life, Lu Ming. No, Alliance Leader Lu. Spare my life. Dao Heng screamed in horror. As for the two black-robed men, they were trembling as they begged for mercy. They had heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the others and were almost scared to death. This young man who had suddenly appeared was the leader of the newly established Dragon League. Why would such a big shot suddenly come to the small Tianxian city? It seemed like he was on good terms with Mu Tian and the others. Dao Heng and the others thought that they were dreaming. It was a terrifying nightmare. Tell me who ordered you to do this. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he shouted. Dao Heng and the others were so scared that they trembled. Obviously, there was someone behind the two black-robed men. It's the Blood Mountain sect. We are the disciples of the Blood Mountain sect. The Blood Mountain sect wants to take advantage of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction to secretly plunder a batch of treasures to strengthen themselves. The black-robed man who had appeared first shouted. He did not dare to hide anything from Mu Tian. So, it's the Blood Mountain sect. Mu Tian's face changed. The Blood Mountain sect was the strongest force in the surrounding dozens of regions. Legend had it that they had a spiritual god expert. In the past, they had always sided with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and were a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Now that the news of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction had spread, the Blood Mountain sect could no longer sit still. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. The Blood Mountain sect doesn't need to exist anymore. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then he struck out with his palm. Boom. Under Lu Ming's palm, a huge crack appeared in the space, revealing a pitch-black void passageway. Boom. The void passageway shook. Everyone could see that the other side of the void passageway had also cracked open. An extremely majestic giant mountain appeared. On the giant mountain, there was a bloody mist lingering. The Blood Mountain sect. This was the Blood Mountain sect. Ah! Lu Ming shouted. He flipped his hand and pressed down. Everyone watched in horror as a huge palm formed in the sky above the Blood Mountain sect. It covered the sky and the sun as it pressed down on the Blood Mountain sect. Chapter 1358. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, Mu Yi, and the others had never seen such an unbelievable scene. They stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. As for Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, their bodies were like sieves, trembling non-stop. This was like a myth in their eyes. In actuality, this kind of method was nothing to a ruler. An ordinary emperor could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill an enemy. However, the further the distance, the weaker the power. If an ordinary ruler were to cross the void to kill an enemy, even a supreme being would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, ordinary rulers would not do this when they encountered a powerful enemy. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was easy for him to cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill a sect with only a spiritual god. However, Lu Ming did not kill the Blood Mountain sect martial artists with low cultivation levels. He only killed martial artists whose cultivation levels were above the Spirit Sea realm. Thousands of experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's palm, including the spiritual god leading the group. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bloody light shot up into the sky from the Blood Mountain sect and fled into the distance. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall, you're the one behind this. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold and he shouted coldly. Lu Ming recognized the bloody light from the Blood Mountain sect at a glance. It was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. Back then, when Cold Blood Hall attacked Floating Mountain, he led his men to reinforce Floating Mountain and besieged Cold Blood Hall. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Uxin, and only Spirit God managed to escape. During this period of time, the Blood Emperor had not appeared. Lu Ming thought that the Blood Emperor's Spirit God had dissipated and his body and spirit had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, the Blood Emperor's Spirit God had taken over a body in a remote place like the Eastern Wilderness. Until now, his cultivation had recovered to the 7th level of the Spirit God. He was the one who controlled the Blood Mountain sect to collect treasures to help him recover. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body took a step forward and rushed into the void passageway. At the same time, he waved his hand and a phoenix feather flying sword flew out. In an instant, it appeared on the other side of the void passageway and slashed at the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor let out an unwilling scream as he was sliced in half by the phoenix feather flying sword and died on the spot. Whoosh! The second body kept the phoenix feather flying sword and returned to Lu Ming's forehead through the void tunnel. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spatial crack disappeared. However, Mu Tian and the others were still unable to recover from their shock. They were all stunned. The series of events just now was really too shocking. Was this the method of a pinnacle expert of the divine wilderness continent? Is this the method of a ruler? It was like a legend. Some people even felt chills run down their spines. Such methods were truly unimaginable. No wonder everyone was so respectful towards the emperor, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Because if you offended the emperor would be able to kill you from 100 million miles away. After a long while, Mu Tian and the others regained their senses. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with awe. This was awe towards power. Alliance leader, we've already said, can you spare my life? A black-robed man said with a trembling voice. Did I promise to spare your lives? Lu Ming said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Dao Heng, the two black-robed men and the experts who came to attack Tianshan City turned into ashes in an instant. It seems like we have to take down these small sects as soon as possible, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now that the overlord forces had been destroyed, the small forces below them would definitely be in chaos and start killing each other. Only by taking them down as soon as possible and tidying them up would they be able to avoid unnecessary killing. By the way, where's Senior Mullins? Lu Ming asked. Lan? Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others glanced around and didn't see Mulins. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Senior Mulins isn't here? Then forget it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Mu Tian and the others sighed in their hearts. Seniors, Lu Ming has something to do and needs to rush to Nine Dragons City. If you want to leave Tianxian region and move to the central continent in the future, just send someone to inform me. Lu Ming said. We've lived in Tianxian region for our whole lives and are used to it. Alliance leader Lu, we appreciate your kindness. Mu Tian said. Unknowingly he had also changed the way he addressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally noticed it too. He sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. He was no longer the young Lu Ming from back then. He was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance and the overlord of the world. Mu Tian and the others' attitude towards him had changed and they respected him. This was something that couldn't be helped. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Mu Tian and the others and headed to Nine Dragons City. After Lu Ming left, a figure flew out from a pavilion in Tianxian City. It was Mulins. Lan, why didn't you come out to meet us just now? Mu Tian asked. Mulan looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. There was longing in her eyes, but more than that, there was a complicated expression. My talent is too far away from Lu Ming's. As time passes, the gap between us will only widen. He and I are people from two different worlds after all. Mulin sighed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others also sighed. Even if I come out and follow him, what's the use? We can't grow old together. Mulins continued. Yes, her current cultivation was only at the Spirit Sea realm. She was very clear about her talent. In this lifetime, the Spirit Embryo realm was her limit. She had almost no hope of reaching the Spirit God realm. However, the Spirit Embryo realm only had a lifespan of 3,000 years. However, Lu Ming had a long lifespan. Emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. If Lu Ming's cultivation improved, wouldn't his lifespan be even longer? Even if she and Lu Ming were to be together, they wouldn't be able to spend the rest of their lives together. Moreover, the person in Lu Ming's heart isn't me. In the end, Mulin sighed and turned to return to Tianxian City. Back then, Mulins entered a hidden sect to cultivate. She hoped to catch up to Lu Ming. However, in the end she realized that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider. So much so that she couldn't catch up anymore. In the end, all her feelings could only turn into a long sigh. Mulins wasn't the only one who sighed. Millions of miles away from Tianxian City, Lu Ming stood in the sky and sighed. He naturally knew that Mulins was in Tianxian City. However, how could he not guess Mulins's thoughts? In that situation he could only play dumb. Otherwise, even if he met Mulins, what could he do? How could he get along with her? Lu Ming could only suppress the ignorant feelings of friendship that he had when he was a teenager in his heart. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space cracked. He disappeared into the space tunnel. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons City, he sped up the integration of the small factions and sections. Wherever the Dragon Alliance passed, those small factions and sects naturally surrendered and joined the Dragon Alliance. Even if there were some obstacles, they were suppressed by lightning. The Dragon Alliance officially infiltrated every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent and ruled the world. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know that a crisis was approaching Lu Ming. Chapter 1359. Lu Ming was teaching his two unnamed disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, in a courtyard of the 100 Beast tribe in the northern plains. After Lu Ming rose to power, he had plenty of resources. He had all kinds of profound crystals, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Therefore, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's cultivation improved very quickly. They had both broken through to the spiritual sea realm. Xiaoshan, although your improvement in the concept of earth using profound crystals is fast, it's still far from enough. You have to comprehend it more in the future. It will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming gave Zhuang Xiaoshan some pointers. Master, I understand. Zhuang Xiaoshan quickly nodded. The two siblings looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Although the two of them were only Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Lu Ming didn't have any true disciples. He only had two in-name disciples. Therefore, their status in the Dragon Alliance was very special. Many strong people, even emperors, would be polite to them when they saw them. They wouldn't have dared to imagine this in the past. However, it was really happening in front of them now. They understood that all of this was because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would be nothing. Even Spirit Embryo Realm martial artists would see them as ants, let alone emperors. But now, they only needed to say a word and countless Spirit Embryo Realm and even Spirit God Realm martial artists would work for them. Even a ruler would make a move for them. All of this was because of Lu Ming. They also understood that they were not very talented. In the divine wilderness continent, there were countless people who were more talented than them. They were fortunate enough to become Lu Ming's in-name disciples. It was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. Therefore they were exceptionally hard-working in their cultivation. Xiaoshan, I'll use the concept of earth. Comprehend it carefully. Lu Ming's voice interrupted Zhuang Xiaoshan's complicated thoughts. Zhuang Xiaoshan quickly focused. Boom. Lu Ming released the aura of the concept of earth. The heavy concept of earth enveloped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to comprehend it quietly. Xiao, come over here and feel the concept of water. Lu Ming said to Zhuang Xiao. Yes, master. Zhuang Xiao answered obediently. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming with adoration. Comparatively speaking, Zhuang Xiao was much more talented than Zhuang Xiaoshan. Lu Ming waved his hand and the concept of water spread out. Like a river, it enveloped Zhuang Xiao. Zhuang Xiao also quickly sat down cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend. Along the way, Lu Ming only had time to teach these two disciples because he was relatively free during this period of time. Over the past 2 months, everything had been developing in an orderly manner. Some time ago, Lu Ming had invited 9 emperors to cleanse Li Ping's meridians and marrow using the elixir as a foundation. Li Ping had been reborn from an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. She had become a martial genius with great talent. During this period of time, she had cultivated with Lu Yuntian and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, Lu Ming had also helped Lu Yuntian, Hua Qi, and the others to improve their physiques and talents. Their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Lu Ming had sent a purchase order to the entire divine wilderness continent. He was buying the 7 main spiritual materials for refining nirvana pills at a high price. He hoped to refine another batch of nirvana pills. The progress was quite smooth. During this period of time, he had already collected 5 of the 7 main spiritual materials, which was out of Lu Ming's expectations. The construction of the Dragon Emperor city was also more than half completed. He believed that it would be completed in another 2 months. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance discussed and decided to hold an alliance establishment ceremony in the Dragon Emperor city 3 months later. They would announce to the world that the Dragon Alliance was officially established. At the same time, they would confer territories to the various experts and forces. The entire divine wilderness continent was looking forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, the world would celebrate together. In the western part of the divine wilderness continent, across an endless ocean, there was a continent called the Bayou continent. This continent was the strongest continent in the divine wilderness continent group of Southern Divine Palace. It was ranked 4th in the divine wilderness continent group. In the eastern part of the Bayou continent, in a desolate valley, there was a cloud of blood mist surging wildly. It kept rolling and rolling, which was extremely terrifying. The valley was covered with the skeletons of demonic beasts. From the aura of the skeletons, one could tell that they were extremely powerful existences. Most of them were advanced spiritual gods and there were even some supremes. After a while, the cloud of blood mist dissipated, revealing a figure. Was D. Damn it, Lu Ming, I will tear you to pieces. A ferocious roar filled with murderous intent came out of Di Yi's mouth. Now his aura was several times weaker than before. It was only the aura of a LV1 martial emperor. Also, the 10,000 vein spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years had been completely burned up because of his escape. 10,000 years of effort had turned into flowing water. Damn it, my 10,000 vein spiritual body was about to succeed and become an earth-rank spiritual body. At that time, my cultivation speed and combat strength would greatly increase. I would definitely be valued by the family. It's all Lu Ming's fault, it's all his fault. Di kept roaring and his emotions were extremely agitated. After a while Di calmed down a little. The family should have received the news that I sent to them. The experts in the family should be here soon. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Di's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. 3 hours later, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao woke up from their comprehension. Alright, go back and comprehend well. After a while, I will test you and check the results of your cultivation. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, master, we will take our leave. Zhuang Xiao and Zhuang Xiaoshan bowed and left. Let's go to the Imperial Dragon City. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Dragon City. The Imperial Dragon City was more than half completed. The construction of the Imperial Dragon City involved martial arts experts and inscription path experts. They were selected from various major forces, and even with the assistance of emperors, it still took such a long time. It could be seen how vast and majestic the construction of the Imperial Dragon City was. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the Imperial Dragon City. He couldn't see the end of it at all. At each of the 4 gates of the Imperial Dragon City, there was a 10,000-foot tall statue. The owner of the statue was Lu Ming. Entering from the south gate, there was a passage called the Divine Dragon Path. It led to a square paved with white jade. This square was surrounded by countless seats, which were prepared to receive distinguished guests. The entire Imperial Dragon City was built on the original Longyue Mountain. Longyue Mountain originally had a huge Dao Eye. It was much faster to cultivate and comprehend the concept of heaven and earth here. Later, several emperors moved a few Dao Eyes from other places with great magical powers, making the concept of the Imperial Dragon City clearer. Moreover, the emperors worked together to move a few spiritual eyes. In addition, the emperors who cultivated the path of inscription had inscribed the energy-gathering formation here. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it almost couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 1360. Lu Ming glanced at it and was very satisfied. Then he looked to the east. There was a place that he should go, the 9 Dragons Relic. During this time, Lu Ming had refined the drop of 9 Dragons blood essence that he had obtained from De. He had merged it with the 9 Dragons bloodline and obtained more memories of the 9 Dragons. It was time to go to the 9 Dragons Relic. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space automatically split open. Then he disappeared without a trace. The 9 Dragons Relic was at the border of the eastern wilderness and the central continent, in the chaotic area. Lu Ming's figure silently appeared in the chaotic area and headed toward the 9 Dragons Relic. As Lu Ming flew, the area ahead became more and more desolate. There was not a single blade of grass on the vast mountain. It was dead silent, as if all the vitality had been devoured by something. Further ahead, the desolate mountain turned into a desert. It was even more dead silent. When Lu Ming arrived at the center of the desert, he saw a cave. It was an unfathomably deep cave. It was dark and led to the depths of the earth. There was a dark yellow stone tablet at the side of the cave. There was a line of words written on the stone tablet. Emperors and above who enter will die. The words were filled with killing intent. It was as if there was a terrifying killing intent coming from it, making one's body turn cold. As expected, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There had always been a legend that emperors and above could not enter the 9 Dragons Relic. If one entered, they would die. That was why Martial Emperor De did not dare to enter but let Supremacy Jiuyang enter. Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body appeared and stood at the side. His second body had already broken through to the Emperor realm and could not enter. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body did not hesitate and rushed into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, a terrifying force came from the cave, causing Lu Ming's body to sink. It was as if he was carrying tens of thousands of mountains. His body fell straight down. Moreover, he fell faster and faster. Stop! Lu Ming's true essence burst out to resist the force. Although it had some effect, it was not very good. It only slowed down the speed of his fall. It wasn't until Lu Ming used the concept of primal chaos that he was able to resist that power and freely control his body. Lu Ming controlled himself to descend at an even speed. The cave was unfathomably deep. Lu Ming felt that he had descended a few hundred li, but he was still descending. Moreover, at the edge of the cave, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent more than once. It was as if there was a wave of energy that swept over his body and then retracted. Lu Ming guessed that if his cultivation exceeded that of a ruler, he might suffer a terrifying attack. It kept falling. Lu Ming estimated that it had fallen for about 500 kilometers before finally reaching the bottom. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw a thick layer of bones at the bottom of the cave. Some of the skeletons were sparkling and translucent, as if they were polished from fine jade. Some of the skeletons were dazzling with golden light, as if they were made of gold. One could imagine that the owner of those skeletons must have been an incomparably powerful individual. They might even have been an emperor. Yet in the end they were buried here. The dangers of the 9 Dragons Relic could be imagined. Lu Ming landed on the ground of the cave, but he still felt a strong pressure, which greatly interfered with his movements. His movements became slow and it became difficult for him to fly. In front of the cave there was a straight cave that was still pitch black. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and walked 100 meters in a step. He passed by the skeletons and walked toward the cave in front of him. Roar! Nonetheless, not long after, a dragon's roar was heard. A blood dragon that seemed to be formed by blood mist pounced toward Lu Ming. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This blood dragon had 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 5-clawed true dragon. Swoosh. The 5-clawed blood dragon pounced toward Lu Ming with astonishing might. A supreme venerable. This 5-clawed blood dragon had the combat strength of a supreme venerable. Boom. Lu Ming punched the blood dragon's claws. The powerful force shattered the blood dragon's claws. Following that, the fist force crushed the blood dragon's body and crushed it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Brr, brr. After walking for about 1,000 meters, another dragon's roar was heard. This time there were 2 roars. 2 5-clawed blood dragons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. They were also at the supreme venerable level. Of course, they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to move forward, but soon, 3 more blood dragons appeared. As he continued to move forward, more and more blood dragons appeared. In the end, 9 5-clawed blood dragons appeared together. It was equivalent to 9 supreme venerables besieging Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to defeat them one by one. However, after passing through the siege of the 9 blood dragons, Lu Ming continued to move forward and encountered another attack. This time only 3 blood dragons appeared. However, the difference was that these 3 blood dragons all had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. The 6-clawed blood dragon's combat strength was higher than that of the 5-clawed blood dragon. However, they were still no match for Lu Ming. As Lu Ming made his way through, the number of 6-clawed blood dragons that appeared became more and more. When Lu Ming made his way through the siege of 9 6-clawed blood dragons, 7 more blood dragons with dragon claws appeared. The difficulty was getting higher and higher. When Lu Ming made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons, Lu Ming came to an underground stone room. Lu Ming found that there were a few boxes in the stone room, but the boxes had been opened and there was nothing inside. This is the place where Senior Juyang came back then. Lu Ming whispered. He had previously asked Xia Juyang about the 9 dragons' relics, and Xia Juyang had told him in detail. Back then, Xia Juyang had made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons and arrived at this stone room. The 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps secret manual, and the foundation of the true battle dragon tactics were all obtained from here. They were placed in these boxes back then. Back then, Supreme Juyang had reached his limit. If he continued, he would have to face 8-clawed blood dragons, whose combat strength was even more astonishing. Xia Juyang was no match for them. Continue. Lu Ming strode forward and walked toward the cave in front of the stone room. Sure enough, each of the blood dragons that appeared in front of him had 8 dragon claws, and their combat strength was astonishing. The combat strength of a single blood dragon was equivalent to a human supreme who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. It was extremely powerful. However, it still couldn't stop Lu Ming's footsteps. Lu Ming made his way through all the blood dragons. After defeating 9 8-clawed blood dragons, there was a shocking dragon roar, and a huge 9 dragons appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, it was 9 dragons with 9 dragon claws. Although its aura was that of a supreme, it gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Brr. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Brr. Brr. The 2 9 dragons charged at each other. The 9 dragons that appeared here were too strong. Ordinary martial monarchs wouldn't be a match for them. They were at least equivalent to a level 2 martial monarch. Lu Ming wasn't a match for them at first. He only started to suppress them when he used the chaotic will. 1 dragon is already so strong. If there are a few more or even 9 of them, how can I fight them? Chapter 1361. Lu Ming was confident that he could win if there were only 1 of them. However, if there were 2 or 3 of them, Lu Ming would barely be able to maintain a draw. However, if there were 9 of them, Lu Ming could only flee in defeat. Could it be that even he couldn't pass it? Or would he have to wait until he reached the Supreme Being level before he could pass it? A few thoughts flashed in Lu Ming's mind. After a few more moves, Lu Ming rose and tore the blood-colored 9 dragons apart. Unexpectedly, after the blood-colored 9 dragons were torn apart, Lu Ming continued to move forward, but no other blood-colored 9 dragons appeared. After moving forward for a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, he heard a series of dragon roars. However, he could only hear the dragon roars but not the dragon's body. That is, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky above the cave. He was completely captivated. In the sky above the underground cave, there were 7 sparkling blood-red beads floating. Each bead seemed to be made of blood-red jade, shining brilliantly and emitting a shocking fluctuation. Blood essence, the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart thumped. He finally found the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The remaining 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons. As if sensing something, Lu Ming's spine heated up, and the blood of the 9 dragons flew out on its own, opening its mouth and roaring. Bus, bus. The 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons also vibrated. Each drop was suffused with blood-red light, and a small 9 dragons flew out, resonating with the blood of the 9 dragons. Refine it for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He controlled the blood of the 9 dragons and swallowed 1 drop of blood essence. Boom. As soon as the drop of blood essence entered the blood of the 9 dragons, it directly exploded, turning into endless energy and fusing with the blood of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. After refining 1 drop, he continued to refine it. Every time he refined another drop, a piece of information would appear in Lu Ming's mind. It was the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation base didn't increase. The energy in his blood essence was completely absorbed into the 9 dragons' bloodline, as if it were being stored away. It made the 9 dragons' bloodline more and more corporeal, almost like the real 9 dragons. It took a total of 7 days for the 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons to completely merge with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. They were all fragments of the 9 dragons' memories. These fragments slowly overlapped and formed a complete set of information. True Dragon Battle Secrets, Extraordinary Chapter, Dragon God Battle Body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Previously, the true battle dragon art he had practiced was the Foundation chapter. The main content of the Foundation Establishment chapter was for those before the Martial Monarch realm. After the Martial Monarch realm, the Foundation Establishment chapter would be useless. Now he finally got it. As the name suggested, the Dragon God's battle body was mainly used for the cultivation of the spirit body. The cultivation of the spirit body was originally to infuse one's bloodline into one's physical body. After undergoing the tempering of the lightning tribulation, one would be able to form a higher-grade spirit body. In other words, those below the Martial Monarch realm were still essentially mortals. Those above the Martial Monarch realm had already transcended mortals and reached a higher level of existence. The extraordinary chapter was to infuse the 9 dragons' bloodline into one's physical body and cultivate a spirit body. This spirit body was called the Dragon God Battle Body and was extremely powerful. From the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming knew that spirit bodies were also divided into different grades. They were divided into ordinary spirit bodies, earth spirit bodies, and heaven spirit bodies. Each grade was further divided into inferior, intermediate, and superior. According to the 9 dragons' memories in the Divine Wilderness continent and even the Divine Ruins continent, most of the Martial Monarch's spiritual bodies were inferior ordinary spirit bodies. Very few of them were intermediate ordinary spirit bodies. For example, Xie Wan's immortal demon body and Xia Jiuyang's 9 yang divine body should be superior ordinary spirit bodies. As for Diyi's 10,000 vein spiritual body, if he succeeded, it was very likely to be an inferior earth spirit body. An inferior earth spirit body was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than an ordinary spirit body. Unfortunately, Diyi had spent 10,000 years depriving various powerhouses of their bloodlines and blood essence. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. It was not perfect, and its power was only equivalent to an superior ordinary spirit body. Therefore, he wanted to seize Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence to cultivate the 10,000 vein spiritual body. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he would be invincible among martial monarchs of the same level. It would be easy for him to kill martial monarchs of the same level. It would be normal for him to fight someone of a higher level. If Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating the Dragon God battle body and became a martial monarch, he would be an inferior earth spirit body. The most important point was that the Dragon God battle body could be upgraded. Just like his previous bloodline, it could be upgraded continuously. This made Lu Ming very excited. Another thing that made Lu Ming excited was that if he cultivated the spirit body with the 9 dragons bloodline, he might be able to retain the 9 dragons devouring skill after transforming into the Dragon God battle body. In the past, Lu Ming had been struggling with which bloodline to cultivate the spirit body with when he broke through to the Martial Monarch realm. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline seemed to be stronger than the 9 dragons bloodline. As for the third bloodline, it was even more mysterious. But now Lu Ming had made a decision. He planned to use the 9 dragons bloodline to cultivate the spirit body. As for the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the third bloodline, he could keep them. He felt that even after he broke through to the martial monarch realm, these 2 bloodlines would still be of great use to him. Then Lu Ming looked at other memories. There's a lot less. After a while, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he thought that after fusing with the 9 dragons' blood essence, he would be able to obtain their complete memories. But now he realized that most of the memories were blank. For example, where were the 9 dragons from? What happened back then? With the 9 dragons' combat strength, why did they fall? Who killed the 9 dragons? What happened in the heaven realm? These important memories were completely blank. Could it be that the 9 dragons did it on purpose before they died? Lu Ming guessed. However, although these memories were gone, the other memories were still priceless. In his memories, there were some powerful combat skills with terrifying power. They could only be cultivated after breaking through to the martial monarch realm or even higher realms. Every single one of them was a priceless treasure in the outside world. At the same time, through the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming finally knew the cultivation realms after that. After the martial monarch realm was the martial saint realm. The martial saint realm was also known as the saint realm or the saint realm. The lifespan of a martial saint could reach more than 100,000 years. They could roam the world with unparalleled combat strength. Compared to them, martial monarchs were worlds apart. However, the martial saint realm was not the highest realm. It was not the peak. Above the martial saint realm was the peak, the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm was also known as the great emperor. This was the peak powerhouse of the world. Their lifespan was almost endless, and they stood at the peak of the world. They were unbelievably powerful. With a wave of their hand, they could probably destroy a continent like the divine wilderness. This world did not only refer to the primordial realm, but also the heaven realm. The martial emperor realm was the peak powerhouse. Back then, the 9 dragons were in this realm. The top 10 war beasts were all in this realm. Martial emperor realm, the great emperor. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of yearning. His goal was to stand at the peak of the world. He must reach the martial emperor realm in the future. Chapter 1362. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly digested part of the 9 dragons' memories. This part of the memories was very precious, including the knowledge of many natural treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 9 dragons' cultivation experience. Jiujio was a peak martial emperor expert. How valuable was his cultivation experience? Lu Ming slowly digested it. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The 9 dragons' memories also contained information about the chaotic intent. In the 9 dragons' memories, the chaotic intent was the emperor of all intents in the world. Its power was amazing, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. Especially when breaking through, it was very difficult to transform the intent into the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming had long known about this. When he used the domain condensing pill, it had almost no effect. Ordinary martial artists, even if they did not have the domain condensing pill, they could slowly dissolve the intent runes and integrate it into their spiritual spirit. 1 or 2 years would be enough. However, the chaotic intent was 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary intents. In other words, if Lu Ming cultivated step by step, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain and step into the prime level. 100 years was too long. For Lu Ming it was too long. No, these 100 years are the golden years for me to cultivate. If I spend 100 years cultivating the will of primal chaos, it will be the same as wiping out my potential. Not only will the other geniuses leave me far behind, but my potential will also be exhausted, and my future achievements will be limited. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Fight. Fight. According to the 9 dragons cultivation experience, Lu Ming found a method. This method could allow Lu Ming to condense the embryonic form of a domain in a short time. However, there was a great risk. If he was not careful, his cultivation would regress and it would be difficult for him to improve. In the worst case, his body and soul would be destroyed. However, Lu Ming still decided to fight. Any pinnacle expert would have to go through countless trials and tribulations. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to reach the pinnacle without any problems. Fight. Lu Ming made his decision. Moreover, it was right here. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else who could reach this place. It was the best place to enter seclusion and make a breakthrough. After closing his eyes for half a day, Lu Ming's mind fell into a state of emptiness as he adjusted himself to his best state. Next, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged, and with a loud roar, it rushed into Lu Ming's forehead and appeared in Lu Ming's knowledge sea. Somewhere in Lu Ming's spiritual sea, a concept rune floated, suffused with a chaotic radiance. It was Lu Ming's primal chaos rune. Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodlines appeared near the runes of the concept of primal chaos. Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and pounced at the concept of primal chaos rune. A dragon claw heavily clawed at the rune. Boom. The concept runes emitted loud rumbling noises. Lu Ming felt as if the entire world was being turned upside down. A tearing pain spread out from his mind. It took him quite a while to recover. Again? Lu Ming roared, and the 9 dragons continued to claw at the concept of primal chaos rune. Yes, this was Lu Ming's method. He used a barbaric method to blast open the concept of primal chaos rune and then used a barbaric method to merge it into his spiritual soul. This method was absolutely crazy. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. But without a doubt, it was the most effective and time-saving method. Boom, boom, boom. In Xiao Chen's knowledge sea, the 9 dragons attacked the concept of primal chaos rune continuously. At first, the 9 dragons only used 1 dragon claw. Slowly, the number of dragon claws increased to 2, then 3. 10 days later, the 9 dragon claws moved together, continuously bombarding the concept of primal chaos rune. The concept of primal chaos rune shook violently. Gotcha. At some unknown time, the concept of primal chaos rune gave off a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. At this moment, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. Instead, he revealed joy. Continue. The 9 dragons continued to bombard the concept of primal chaos rune. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the concept of primal chaos rune. Another 10 days passed. Suddenly, bang. The concept of primal chaos rune exploded. Lu Ming spurted blood from his mouth, and a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows and blood flowed out. But Lu Ming couldn't care less. Merge for me. Lu Ming roared, and a strong attractive force came from the spiritual soul in his dantian, attracting the fragments of the concept of primal chaos rune into the spiritual soul. Whoosh whoosh, all the fragments of the concept of primal chaos flew into the spiritual soul. At this moment, the spiritual soul swelled and emitted thousands of rays of light, almost exploding. This step was the most dangerous. If he was not careful, the spiritual soul would explode, his physical body would collapse, and his body and spirit would be destroyed. Suppress. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared in his dantian, suspended above the spiritual soul, and suppressed it. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's physical body. Waves of power shrouded Lu Ming's entire body. This was the complete plan. Lu Ming combined the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons root with his own conditions to set up a complete plan. With the help of his 3 bloodlines, he completed this step. The spiritual soul, which was on the verge of collapse, was finally suppressed and merged with the concept of primal chaos fragments, forming the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Time passed day by day. Endless distance away from the divine wilderness continent, in a secret place in the Bayou continent, there was a messy stone forest. In the stone forest there was an old stone platform. Di stood beside the stone platform waiting anxiously. Buzz. Suddenly the stone platform emitted a light, and then the light became brighter and brighter. Finally, a vortex formed on the stone platform. Suddenly figures appeared from the black vortex. 1, 2, and finally a total of 10 figures appeared and flew out of the vortex. As soon as the 10 figures flew out, the vortex on the stone platform disappeared. As soon as he saw the 10 people, Di's face immediately showed respect. The leader of the 10 people was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were long and narrow, and when he opened and closed them, there was a flash of sharpness. Behind the young man, there were 9 people, including elders and burly men. Each of them had a powerful aura and gave people a feeling of extreme danger. De of the D family side branch greets young master Di Xian. De hurriedly bowed to the young man. You are De? The young man glanced at De with faint disdain. I am De. De hurriedly said. Humph De, you are really useless. You can't even take down the divine wilderness continent. Di Xian scolded coldly. Chapter 1363. De, your goal was originally the continent group of divine ruins. According to the mission given to you by the family, if you could unify the continent group of divine ruins on your own, you could return to the D family and become a direct descendant of the D family. Unfortunately, it seems that you have no hope. Di Xian sneered. Di lowered his head even more, his eyes flashing with raging anger. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all because of that Lu Ming who had ruined his plan. The Di family came from the Yuanlu and was a powerful force in the Yuanlu. Di was a collateral disciple of the Di family and had a low status. However, there was a rule in the Di family. If a collateral disciple wanted to become a direct descendant and obtain the cultivation conditions and resources of the direct descendant, he had to complete a mission given by the Di family. The mission that Di received was to unify the continent of godly ruins on his own. This mission was not considered difficult among the missions given by the Di family. However, Di's talent was limited. He had come to the continent of godly ruins 10,000 years ago. However, he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he chose the divine wilderness continent, which was not very powerful, to build the Di Tian divine palace and start his plan. At the same time, he strengthened his cultivation and cultivated the 10,000 vein spiritual body. Now, his plan was slowly maturing. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV2 martial emperor realm. He had obtained the 10,000 vein spiritual body by chance and was only one step away from reaching the complete realm. He was confident that he would be able to reach the complete realm once he obtained another drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. At that time, he would break through to LV3 martial emperor realm with the help of the 10,000 vein spiritual body. At that time, it would be easy for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. If he spent some time to break through to LV4 martial emperor realm, it would not be a problem for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. At that time, he would be able to return to the Di family and become a direct descendant. His status would be greatly improved and he would be supported by various resources. Not only would his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, his status in the Di family would also be different. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Lu Ming. He had been unable to obtain Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence, which was why he had rashly launched a war. He wanted to first unify the divine wilderness continent and borrow its power to help him cultivate the 10,000 vein spirit body. But in the end, everything was destroyed by Lu Ming. Even the 10,000 vein spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years was destroyed. He had no hope at all. It was all Lu Ming's fault. Thinking of Lu Ming, Di's eyes turned red. Moreover, I even sent Di Hongqing and Di Honglei to help you. Where are they now? Do you know how much it costs to teleport from the Yuan continent to a desolate island like the Godly Ruins continent? Di Xian shouted again. According to him, the group of continents in the Divine Ruins had become barren islands. Di Hongqing and the others are dead. Di stammered. What? Where are the 2 sovereign spirit weapons? Di Xian's eyes widened and a cold murderous intent spread out. Di's heart trembled. Di Xian was the true descendant of the Di family, and his status was much higher than his. If he was angry, not only him but also his branch in the Di family would be in danger. Lord Xian, please calm down. It's all Lu Ming's fault. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, it wouldn't take long for me to unify the Divine Ruins continent. Di hurriedly apologized. Lu Ming? Di Xian widened his eyes. Yes, Lu Ming. Immediately, Di briefly recounted the previous battle and Lu Ming's matter. You mean his cultivation hasn't reached the sovereign spirit realm? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius on the barbaric Emperor Island. He must have some secrets. Take him down and I'll study him. Di Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's go. Di, lead the way. We'll go to the Divine Wilderness continent and meet that Lu Ming. Di Xian ordered. Yes. Di nodded repeatedly and led the way. His face was ferocious. In the 9 Dragons relic, Lu Ming was still cultivating. As the days passed, the spiritual spirit in Lu Ming's dantian also slowly calmed down. There was a faint light shining as if it was nurturing something. One day, the spiritual spirit suddenly shook, and a chaotic light shone out. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ecstasy. At the same time, Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline. After such a long time, Lu Ming felt that the embryonic form of the chaotic domain had finally been successfully formed. With a wave of his hand, piles of origin stones appeared around Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. The piles of origin stones were swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline and began to refine them. The energy of the origin stones was constantly converted into true essence and integrated into the spiritual spirit. The chaotic light in the spiritual spirit became more and more obvious. After a few more days, Lu Ming had swallowed 300 million origin stones. The aura on Lu Ming's body became stronger and stronger, and his true essence became more and more abundant. At a certain moment, bus. A circle of light spread out from the spiritual spirit, and it grew bigger and bigger. From Lu Ming's body, it covered an area of 100 meters. The domain, the embryonic form of the domain, had finally been completely formed. This was the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Right now, it was only an embryonic form and there was still a long way to go before it could be a real domain. Later, Lu Ming would need to continue to comprehend and nurture it. Slowly, the embryonic form of the domain would grow and mature. When he broke through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would naturally become a complete domain. With a thought, the embryonic form of the domain shrank and covered the surface of Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming casually threw a punch and the space collapsed and a black space cave appeared. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was much stronger than the pure chaotic will. Is this the power of a Nine Heavens Supreme? Lu Ming felt the powerful force in his body and wore a confident smile. After forming the embryonic form of the domain, Lu Ming had naturally reached the Nine Heavens Supreme realm. His current strength was at least a few times stronger than before. He was confident that he could easily kill a second-layer Martial Dominator realm expert with a Martial Dominator weapon without the help of his second body, such as Di Hongqing. There's less than a month left until the Alliance Establishment ceremony. It's time to go back. Having this thought, Lu Ming immediately made his way back. There were no obstacles on the way back. Lu Ming easily left the Nine Dragons' ancient ruins and tore the space apart. Soon he had returned to the Northern Valley. Meanwhile, the construction of the Dragon Emperor City had been completed. The first thing Lu Ming did after returning to the Northern Valley was to order the people to move to the Dragon Emperor City. The Dragon Emperor City was magnificent and spacious. Many people could live there. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor City had great cultivation conditions, thus many people were eager to move to the Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1364. The Great Relocation had begun. The Lu family that Lu Ming was from, as well as Hua Qi and the rest, naturally moved to the Dragon Emperor City. Moreover, the land that they were given was the core of the city. The cultivation environment was also the best. Dragon Emperor City began to bustle. In just half a month, millions of people had been transferred to Dragon Emperor City through the trans-territory teleportation formation. However, considering the vast territory of Dragon Emperor City, millions of people were just a small part of the territory. Later on, more and more people would move in. After moving to Dragon Emperor City, many people began to get busy preparing for the Alliance Establishment ceremony. The experts of the entire Divine Wilderness continent began to gather in Dragon Emperor City. On this day, DE and the others also entered the Divine Wilderness continent. As soon as they entered, they heard that the Alliance Establishment ceremony would be held in Dragon Emperor City in a few days. Ah, that's good. Let's kill Lu Ming at the so-called Alliance Establishment ceremony. Di Xian sneered. Young Master Di Xian, Lu Ming can control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and has endless power. We have to be careful. Di said. Lu Ming's control of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was too powerful and shocking. Even a third-level Martial Emperor expert would have to avoid it. Well, let's go to Nine Dragon City first and seal the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron so that Lu Ming can't use it. Di Xian said. They tore the space apart and headed for Nine Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Alliance Establishment ceremony had officially begun. At the end of the Divine Dragon Passage in Dragon Emperor City, experts gathered in the square paved with white jade. Except for the Western Desert, all the emperors had arrived. There were hundreds of supreme beings, as well as tens of thousands of sect masters and sect masters of various forces. They took their seats on both sides of the square. These people were all people who stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Wilderness continent. They were important figures who stood at the peak. Today they were all gathered here. Outside the square, there was an even more spacious place filled with banquets. At least 1 million people had gathered here. Not only that, all the forces in the Divine Wilderness continent began to celebrate. Today the world celebrated together. Vice Alliance leader has arrived. A voice came from the sky and spread across the entire Dragon Emperor City. Xiao Wan and the old army chief, one on the left and one on the right, stepped through the air and landed on the two sides of the plaza. Greetings, Vice Alliance leaders. Everyone stood up and saluted the two vice leaders. Rise. Please rise. Xiao Wan and the old general raised their hands. After that, Xiao Wan and the old general looked at the depth of Dragon Emperor City. The Alliance Master has arrived. The voice from before appeared once again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the people fixed their eyes on the deep part of Dragon Emperor City. A few figures were approaching from deep within the Dragon Emperor city. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming's parents Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Today Lu Ming had specially changed his clothes. He was wearing a purple gold robe with a majestic and lifelike 9-clawed dragon embroidered on it. His long hair was tied up high, and he wore a purple gold crown. He wore golden dragon boots and a golden jade belt around his waist. A powerful oppressive aura was emitted from his body. The four of them landed at the top of the plaza. Greetings, Alliance leader. At the scene inside and outside the square, millions of powerhouses bowed to Lu Ming. The sound waves gathered and scattered the clouds in the sky. Rise, please take a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand and his voice spread far and wide. Thank you, Alliance leader. Millions of people began to take their seats. Today we are mainly celebrating the establishment of the Dragon Alliance. Then we will divide the territories. Lu Ming said. He didn't say much, but many people's hearts raced. The Dragon Alliance had unified the world, including the northern plains, eastern wilderness, southern underworld and central continent. How to divide the territories and who to send to guard them was a question that everyone was concerned about. After all, there were huge benefits involved in this matter. Let's begin, Lu Ming announced. The first step was for many forces to step forward and swear a blood oath to form the Dragon Alliance to rule the divine wilderness. Haha, it seems that I came at the right time today. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from afar. A golden light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. That's D. Many people shouted. Some people even had looks of fear on their faces. Martial Monarch De had occupied almost half of the divine desolate continent back then. His might was too great. Many large and small factions had been ruled by De. Now that De had appeared, those people naturally panicked. De, you still dare to come here? That's great. Today we will use your blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Xiao Wan shouted and a demonic chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming didn't say anything. Confusion flashed in his eyes. He could clearly see De's current realm. He was only at the peak of LV1 Martial Emperor realm. In the last battle, De had injured his origin and his cultivation had regressed by 1 level. With such a cultivation level, any one of them could easily kill De, let alone Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, the old general and Tu Qian. Why did De still dare to come here? De, let the others come out together, Lu Ming said and looked behind De. Haha, if you let me show up, it will be your death. A burst of laughter came and the space cracked. A total of 10 figures appeared in the sky and looked down at the Imperial Dragon City from above. Who are these people? I've never seen them before. Many people were discussing. You're Lu Ming? Di Xian looked at Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming said. Good, very good. I've heard that you've killed 2 experts from my Di family, Di Hongqing and Di Honglei. You've even taken away their Emperor-level spiritual weapons. Now, come over here and hand over your Emperor-level spiritual weapons. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps I'll consider sparing your life. Di Xian put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming with a superior look. How dare you disrespect the Alliance leader? You deserve to die. A loud shout came from the square. A tall figure shot up into the sky and a vast aura filled the square. This was an emperor. He used to be the emperor of an overlord force in the central continent. His name was Sky King and he had surrendered to Lu Ming. Therefore he was the lowest ranked emperor in the Dragon Alliance. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Lu Ming and win Lu Ming's trust. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to seize it. Boom. Kong Tian Martial Emperor threw a palm strike at Di Xian. How dare you disrespect young Master Di Xian? Die. A middle-aged man walked out from behind Di Xian. He held a sword with both hands and slashed. A terrifying sword chi appeared above the Sky Emperor's head in a flash and broke through his attack and defense. Then it slashed down. Chapter 1365. He had killed an emperor with a single slash. Most of the people at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Peak second layer Martial Royal Realm. He's a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. One of the emperors said solemnly. The middle-aged man who walked out from behind Di Xian was a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. Bang. 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 Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others unleashed their auras. All the emperors of the Dragon Alliance gathered their auras and pressed down on Di Xian and the others. Cold murderous intent burst out from their bodies. How dare you kill people in Dragon Emperor City? You'll all die today. The old general said coldly. I don't care who you are. You'll have to pay the price today. Xiao Wan said as a terrifying saber glow flickered on his body. Stay? Price. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Dixien burst out laughing and waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining people behind Dixien unleashed their auras. Each of their auras was like a smoke signal soaring into the sky. Each of their auras was vast and boundless, forming a powerful pressure that pressed down on the hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City. Xiaowan, the old general, and the others' eyes widened in shock and disbelief. These people's auras were too powerful. Including the middle-aged man who had attacked before, there were 6 of them in total. All of them were peak second-layer martial royal realm experts. 2 of them had even more terrifying auras. They were much stronger than peak second-layer martial royal realm experts. Third-layer martial royal realm experts. Third-layer martial royal realm experts. 6 peak second-layer martial royal realm experts and 2 peak third-layer martial royal realm experts. There was also a silver-haired old man standing behind Dixien. He did not emit any aura, but he gave off an even more dangerous feeling. The hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City sank. What kind of enormous power was this? Currently, the strongest cultivators in the Divine Wilderness continent were only peak second-layer martial royal realm experts. Only a few of them were at the peak. None of them were peak third-layer martial royal realm experts. Now there were 6 peak second-layer martial royal realm experts and 2 peak third-layer martial royal realm experts behind Dixien. How could they fight against them? Haha, Lu Ming, aren't you arrogant? Today the experts of my D clan are here. All of you will die. D laughed. His eyes were ferocious and his voice was full of hatred. Today he wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. Di Yi's voice made many people tremble. Could it be that the Dragon Alliance was going to be destroyed before it was even officially formed? Lu Ming, what do you think? Hurry up and hand over the Sovereign Spirit weapon. Get over here and admit your guilt. Perhaps you can still save your dog life. Dixien sneered and continued to look down at Lu Ming, as if he was sure that Lu Ming would be defeated. A ruler's spiritual weapon was a weapon that could only be unleashed by a top-grade ruler. Even for Dixien it was very precious. Those 2 ruler's spiritual weapons were one of the few he had. Of the 9 experts he had brought with him, only 1 or 2 of them possessed an emperor-level spirit weapon. Ming. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. It'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled at Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. That smile was full of confidence. Seeing Lu Ming smile, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping somehow calmed down. Then Lu Ming ignored Dixien and looked at D. D, you escaped last time. You should have hidden well. That way you might have been able to prolong your life. Instead you came here to court death. You brought this upon yourself. Many people were stunned when they heard Lu Ming's words. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill Di? He couldn't even protect himself. Only a few people, such as Xia Luan, Xia Jiuyang, and Yen Kuangtu, had their eyes lit up. They knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming wouldn't shoot without thinking. Di himself was also stunned. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill him? Where did Lu Ming get his confidence from? Dixien's face completely darkened. Lu Ming dared to ignore him? Bang, bang. Dixien stepped forward step by step, releasing a powerful aura. Supreme. Dixien's cultivation was at the supreme realm. This also shocked many people in the Imperial Dragon City. Because Dixien didn't look old. He was definitely not more than 30 years old. He might even be in his early 20s. In his early 20s, his cultivation had reached the supreme realm. This was too shocking. It had never happened in the history of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming, I heard that your battle strength is very strong. Today I'd like to see how strong you are. Dixien said, locking his aura on Lu Ming. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming curled the corners of his lips slightly. Behind Dixien, Di Yi's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that some of the geniuses in the Emperor family were extremely powerful. They were far from being comparable to the so-called geniuses in the Divine Wilderness continent. Although Lu Ming was strong, Dixien might be able to fight him. Even if he couldn't, letting Lu Ming offend Dixien would be beneficial to him. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Dixien said. Since you're looking for a beating, of course I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, facing Dixien from afar. Lu Ming, I heard that you're a rare genius in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, I'll let you know that the so-called geniuses in a barbaric island like yours are nothing but a joke. Dixien sneered. His body began to flicker with light. The light was like strands of sword chi. Clang. A battle sword appeared in Dixien's hand. He stepped toward Lu Ming and shouted, Kill. Swoosh. A sword aura split the sky and slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming punched out with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist force collided with the sword chi. The space was torn into pieces. Lu Ming's body shook and he was forced to take 3 steps back. However, Dixien stood still in the air. Hiss. Many people in Dragon Emperor City gasped at the same time. Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike? In the Battle of the Sacred City, everyone still remembered Lu Ming's shocking strength. Even a peak LV2 martial royal realm martial artist with a spiritual weapon of the Emperor realm was killed by Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike. Moreover, his opponent was a young man who was less than 30 years old. It was shocking. His body? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he was secretly shocked. Although he did not use his full strength just now and only displayed the cultivation of a perfect spirit god, he still unleashed the power of 9 dragons and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Even an ordinary emperor would not be a match for him. However, his opponent was only a supreme being, and yet the battle prowess he unleashed was shocking. What surprised Lu Ming the most was his opponent's body. It was a spiritual body. Yes, his opponent was only a supreme being, but he had a spiritual body. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1366. However, wasn't a true spiritual body something that could only be condensed after reaching the Emperor realm? That's a spiritual body? That's right. It's a sword spiritual body. How is that possible? How can a prime have a spiritual body? The emperors of the Dragon Alliance were in an uproar. Even Ciel Wan and the old general who had lived for a long time were shocked. They could naturally feel the power of Dixian's spiritual body. Innate spiritual body, that's an innate spiritual body. Haha, how can these bumpkins know the power of an innate spiritual body? An innate spiritual body is an innate spiritual body. Behind them, Di's eyes were filled with shock, but he was also laughing in his heart. He was born in Yuanlu, so his vision was naturally different. He knew that some people were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a spiritual body. This was known as the innate spiritual body. Such people were born as peerless geniuses. Needless to say, their bloodline would definitely be able to awaken a level 9 divine level. At the same time, their bloodline and spiritual body would be in perfect harmony. Such people were blessed by nature and had an advantage over others in terms of bloodline martial skills, comprehension of intent, and comprehension of various martial skills. Therefore, their combat strength was also terrifying. And Dixien was such a person. You can block one of my attacks. Come again. Dixien shouted. Rays of sword-shaped light flowed on the surface of his body. He slashed with his battle sword, and a shocking sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Primal Chaos. Lu Ming stepped forward and displayed the primal chaos intent. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and he punched out again. It was the same suppressing hell heaven skill, but when combined with the primal chaos intent, its power skyrocketed. Boom. This time Lu Ming did not move at all. Instead, it was Dixien who was pushed back. Damn it. Kill. Dixien was furious after being pushed back. His aura rose to the extreme and his domain covered his entire body. He charged toward Lu Ming and slashed with his sword. The roar of 100 beasts could be heard. Dixian's martial skill was not to be underestimated. It seemed to have maximized the power of the domain. Domain martial skill. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Domain martial skill was similar to martial skill of intent. A concept martial technique could unleash the power of a concept to the extreme, while a domain martial technique could unleash the power of a domain martial technique to the extreme. Dixian's domain martial technique was even more shocking. The sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lu Ming added the concept of primal chaos to his body and fought fiercely with his opponent. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen moves. To be honest, Dixien was really strong. He was the strongest young man Lu Ming had ever met. His strength was comparable to Lu Ming's strength before he had achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme Realm, which was equivalent to the peak second layer Martial Dominator Realm. He was only a supreme being, yet his battle prowess was already so shocking. It was beyond imagination. At the same level, he was even stronger than Long Chen. The bloodline that Long Chen had awakened was the Archean Dragonesque Elephant, one of the top 10 beasts. But now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the supreme being level, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Damn it! How can there be such a strong person on a desolate island? The more they fought, the more frightened Dixien became. This person definitely has a secret. If I can obtain his secret, I will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might even be able to compete with those monstrous geniuses in my clan. Upon having this thought, Dixien's heart began to burn. Clang. His glabella shone and a dazzling golden battle sword flew out, slashing at Lu Ming. Clang. Lu Ming's punch collided with the sword, causing his figure to be knocked backward. A martial dominator weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he was not too surprised. With his talent and background, it was normal for him to have a martial dominator weapon. Die. Di Xian let out a roar as he charged at Lu Ming. Is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming uttered a roar as the chaotic will encapsulating his figure changed rapidly. It contracted rapidly at first before it blossomed. It was no longer a will, but a domain, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Supreme Being, the Alliance leader, has achieved the Nine Heavens Supreme Realm. Xiao Wan and the others were overjoyed. Bang. Lu Ming's fist was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic domain as he threw a punch at Di Xian's martial dominator weapon. Clang. The battle sword vibrated violently as Di Xian's expression changed drastically. His body shook violently as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way he spat out blood. When Lu Ming revealed his true strength, Di Xian was crushed and severely injured. Die. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he caught up with Di Xian and threw a punch at his heart. This punch was enough to penetrate Di Xian's heart. However, when Lu Ming's punch was about to hit Di Xian's heart, Di Xian's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light as a golden armor appeared. Clang. Lu Ming's fist landed on the armor. The armor shook violently, but it did not break as it blocked most of Lu Ming's fist energy. However, Lu Ming's punch was too powerful. Although the armor had blocked most of the force, a small part of the fist force still blasted into Di Xian's body. Di Xian screamed in agony. His chest caved in and blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This Di Xian was really rich. He even had a defense-type emperor spirit weapon. What Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all attack-type emperor spirit weapons. Relatively speaking, defensive emperor spirit weapons were more precious than attack-type emperor spirit weapons. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon could save one's life at a critical moment. If Di Xian did not have this armor, he would have been killed by Lu Ming's punch. How dare you hurt young master? Kill him. Di Xian was severely injured. His subordinates roared and attacked Lu Ming fiercely. 6 peak LV2 Martial Kings and 2 LV3 Martial Kings attacked at the same time. Oh no. Xiao Wan, Xia Zhiyang and the others were shocked. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword, that he had taken from the Flood Dragon Sovereign when they were fighting for the pure spiritual body cultivation technique in the ancient underwater city. Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm and controlled the embryonic form of the realm. He was able to activate the power of an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Moreover, Lu Ming's embryonic form of the realm was the Chaotic Realm. The Chaotic Realm could transform into other realms at will. In other words, Lu Ming could use any kind of Emperor spiritual weapon except for space-time and a few other types. Swoosh. The battle sword slashed out and a peak LV2 Martial King expert was cut in half. He died on the spot. Clang. Then, the battle sword moved sideways and clashed with the LV3 Martial King expert, forcing him to retreat. Let's attack. Swoosh. Xiao Wan controlled a demonic saber, a martial emperor spiritual weapon, and charged at the 2-peak second-layer martial emperor realm martial artists. At the same time, the old general and Tu Qian also attacked. Both of them controlled emperor spiritual weapons and surrounded the remaining 2-peak LV2 martial kings. Chapter 1367. Kill them. Kill them all. Di Xian roared furiously in the distance. It had been too dangerous. Di Xian felt as if he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected to be almost killed by a peer on a desolate island. He was furious and his killing intent was cold. The silver-haired elder appeared behind Di Xian, but he did not make a move. Let's see who will kill who. Xiao Wan and the other two blocked the 5 LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts, while Lu Ming attacked the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. Clang, clang. Sword cries shook the sky. A golden battle sword appeared in the hands of the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. They were both royal spiritual weapons. How powerful would a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert be when controlling a royal spiritual weapon? However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He slashed down with the Dragon Vein Sword, which was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic territory. Clang. The two swords collided, forming rings of sword ripples that spread out. The LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert was no match for Lu Ming. His body trembled and he kept retreating. How is this possible? Not far away, Di Xian and the silver-haired elder narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually able to suppress a LV3 martial royal realm expert? On the ground, the experts of the Dragon League were very excited. Some of them clenched their fists tightly. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had not reached the royal realm, but he could suppress a LV3 martial royal realm expert. There was no LV3 martial royal realm expert in the divine region. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had reached the LV3 martial royal realm at his peak. However, such an expert was suppressed by Lu Ming. Alliance leader, this was the alliance leader of the Dragon League. Lu Ming would not be a match for a LV3 martial royal realm expert in the Battle of the Sacred City. Moreover, the other party had a royal spiritual weapon. However, Lu Ming had reached the sovereign realm, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no longer comparable to the Battle of the Sacred City. Swish. Meanwhile, another third-layer martial dominator realm expert charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to notice. He raised his dragon vein sword and charged at the person he had forced back. Just as the sword of the person behind Lu Ming was about to reach him, a figure stepped out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The second body, Lu Ming's second body. Whoosh. The second body pointed its finger like a sword and slashed out, blocking the opponent's battle sword. During this period of time, Lu Ming's main body was cultivating. Naturally, his second body was not idle either. His second body cultivated wholeheartedly without any distractions, and his speed of improvement was even faster. During the Holy City War, the second body had only condensed one golden spirit lamp, but during this period of time, the second body had condensed a second golden spirit lamp, greatly increasing its combat strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 phoenix feather flying swords flew out from the second body's glabella and attacked the other party. The opponent was shocked and could only brandish his sword to block. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack the opponent. The embryonic form of the chaotic domain wrapped around the dragon vein sword. The power of Lu Ming's sword was unimaginably strong. Clang. The opponent was completely passive and could only brandish his sword to block. When the two swords clashed for the second time, the opponent's body trembled continuously. His face was pale and he kept retreating. Swish, swish. Lu Ming unleashed a torrential attack, and the dragon vein sword slashed out continuously. Lu Ming had completely gained the upper hand. Suddenly, 4 sealing gates appeared in the sky, emitting a resplendent light as they moved to seal the other party. At this moment, the opponent was frozen. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel directly suppressed the opponent. Lu Ming had become a supreme being, comprehended the embryonic form of the chaotic domain, and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. How powerful was he? Although the opponent desperately broke open the sealed doors and blocked with his sword at the critical moment, his body still trembled violently. Crackling sounds came from his body, and he almost exploded. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Swish. Under the control of Lu Ming's spiritual sense, the dragon vein sword was as fast as lightning and slashed out. The opponent had just been severely injured by the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had transformed into. How could he dodge? The dragon vein sword slashed out and a head flew high into the air. The dragon vein sword twisted again and the opponent's spiritual deity was also turned into ashes. A third-level martial emperor expert was dead. On the other side, the battle between the second bodies was also coming to an end. The second body lit up an additional golden spirit lamp, and his combat strength had greatly increased compared to the battle in the Holy City. At this time he took out the myriad formation image and trapped the opponent. Swish, 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 swish. 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced 5 holes in the opponent's body and killed him in one fell swoop. 2 third-level martial emperors were killed just like that. In the Dragon Emperor City, the experts of the Dragon Alliance were shocked and overjoyed. Di Xian and the others were in disbelief. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming's main body and second body rushed toward Di Xian at the same time. Oh no, young master, retreat. Beside Di Xian, the silver-haired elder's expression changed. A golden sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and came to the front of Di Xian. Dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming violently. There was no doubt that the silver-haired elder's sword was also a spiritual weapon of the emperor level. At the same time, the silver-haired elder's cultivation was even more amazing. He had reached the peak of the third-level martial emperor level. However, facing the joint attack of Lu Ming's main body and second body, the silver-haired elder was still no match for them. After a few moves, the silver-haired elder kept retreating. Go retreat. Di Xian also panicked. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. He was much stronger than what Di had said. Even a third-level martial emperor expert was no match for him. He shouted and turned to run. Clang. Boom. Lu Ming's main body and second body joined forces and exchanged another blow with the silver-haired elder. The silver-haired elder was forced to retreat dozens of miles. Whoosh. The second body rushed toward Di Xian. Oh no! The silver-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He ignored the battle and merged with his sword. He turned into a sword light and instantly appeared in front of Di Xian. In an instant he slashed out 108 sword lights in all directions. The spirit fire between the second body's eyebrows jumped. Countless large formations on the million formation illustration shown. Various large formations, attacks and trapping formations poured toward the silver-haired elder and Di Xian. At the same time the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at them. Lu Ming's main body also arrived. The silver-haired elder tried his best to protect Di Xian, but the situation was critical. Young master, use the void-breaking shuttle. The silver-haired elder shouted. Void-breaking shuttle. Yes, yes, yes. Di Xian was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and his body was trembling. After the silver-haired elder's reminder, he nodded repeatedly. His glabella shone, and a spiritual weapon with 2 sharp ends and a thicker middle flew out. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, it rapidly expanded. A light curtain enveloped Di Xian and the silver-haired elder. Let's go. The silver-haired elder activated his genuine yuan. The void-breaking shuttle shone, and with a shake, it shattered the void and disappeared. Chapter 1368. You want to leave? Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the void, and the space within 1,000 miles exploded. However, the void-breaking shuttle had completely disappeared. Another emperor-level spiritual weapon, and it's an escape type. Lu Ming frowned. Was a pity? His opponent was so rich that he had all kinds of emperor-level spiritual weapons. First, there were attack types, then there were defense types, and now there were even escape types. Under the control of the silver-haired elder, the void-breaking shuttle was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. It was much faster than tearing the void. Di Xian had escaped, and Lu Ming turned his eyes in another direction. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. There was a cold smile at the corners of his lips. At this time, Di was desperately escaping. Di's face was full of horror and disbelief. Only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming's combat strength had soared again. Without the help of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he had killed a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert. How could it be? How could it be? Di roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling and at the same time he was desperately escaping. But suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Di's pupils contracted sharply. The one who appeared in front of Di was Lu Ming's second body. Di, you can't burn your spiritual body this time. Do you think you can still escape? Lu Ming's voice sounded behind Di. Behind him was the main body. Kill? Di was very decisive and attacked directly. However, his cultivation had regressed to the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm, and his 10,000 vein spiritual body had been destroyed. His combat strength was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. The second body waved his hand, and the 10,000 formation image appeared, trapping Di in it. Di, I'll kill you later. Lu Ming sneered and stepped out toward the battlefield where Xiao Wan and the others were fighting. The 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but they were entangled by Xiao Wan and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the dragon vein sword in his hand, Lu Ming slashed out 5 times in a row, killing 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Everyone in the Dragon Emperor City was stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Ming. 5 peak second layer Martial Royal Realm experts had killed 5 of them with 1 strike each. This kind of visual effect, this kind of impact was really too strong. In the Divine Wilderness continent, the peak of the second layer of the Martial King realm would be considered an expert who stood at the peak. However, in the hands of Lu Ming he was as weak as a chicken. Alliance Master is invincible. The Alliance Master is unparalleled. All of a sudden, a shocking roar broke out in the Dragon Emperor City. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red as they roared madly. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was irreplaceable in their hearts. He was indomitable and invincible. The whistling sound came wave after wave. Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak. Lu Ming raised his hand and pressed down in the air. Dragon Emperor City quieted down at once. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of Di. Lu Ming, do you know who we are? Do you know who young Master Di Xian is? Let me tell you, we are from Yuanlu, the Di clan of Yuanlu. If you dare to kill the people of Di clan, you are dead. Young Master Di Xian will not let you go. The entire divine wilderness continent will be buried with you. Di roared. Yuanlu sect? Di clan? Lu Ming frowned. He had already guessed that Di Xian and the others had an extraordinary background. However, he had not expected them to be from Yuanlu sect. Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others' pupils shrank as they gasped. Yuanlu sect, Di was actually from Yuanlu. That was Yuanlu. It was not something that the divine wilderness continent or the divine ruins continent could compare with. Legend had it that Yuanlu sect was filled with experts and experts. There were countless existences that had surpassed the martial royal realm. Such experts could destroy the divine wilderness continent with a snap of their fingers. Everyone who had heard about Yuanlu sect looked worried. When Di saw this, he sneered and said, Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. Perhaps I can help you deal with them. Ha, what a joke. Before Di could finish his words, Lu Ming laughed loudly and interrupted him. Di, you used to be a mighty lord. Now, you are using this to scare me in order to survive. How pitiful and sad. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, you, Di was furious. Di, let me tell you, you will die today. And that Di Xian, if he stops now, it will be fine. However, if he is stubborn, I will destroy the Di clan of Yuanlu. Lu Ming shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Dragon City. The Di clan of Yuanlu, I will destroy them. What kind of heroic spirit was this? How confident was that? Di was stunned. Then he laughed crazily. Lu Ming, you want to destroy the Di clan? You are too short-sighted. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming, do you know how many experts there are in Yuanlu? Emperors are ants. Do you know how strong the Di clan is? How dare you claim that you have destroyed the Di clan? If your words spread to Yuanlu sect, many people will laugh their heads off. Di laughed as if he did not care about life and death. So what if they are strong? Back then, I came from a small country in Tianshan domain in eastern wasteland. Back then, Di Tian Divine Palace was also a giant. You Di were also high and mighty. But what about now? Lu Ming said calmly. He was full of confidence. Di shut his mouth. Roar. The 9 dragons bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Di, haven't you always wanted the 9 dragons blood essence? Today I will kill you with the 9 dragons bloodline. Then the 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and engulfed Di with its devouring power. Ever since the 9 dragons bloodline had merged with the 9 drops of 9 dragons blood essence, its devouring power had increased many times. It was shockingly strong. Enveloped by the devouring power, Di's life essence, blood essence, heart blood, and other things were rapidly being devoured by the 9 dragons. Even though Di was an overlord with a strong mind and was prepared to be killed in such a situation, he still roared in fear and struggled with all his might. But in the 10,000 formation image, struggling was futile. After a while, Di's life essence was completely devoured, and he turned into a dried corpse. In Dragon Emperor City, countless people looked at the sky with complicated expressions. Di was an overlord of a generation. He had planned for 10,000 years and had almost unified the divine wilderness continent. If it were not for the appearance of a rare genius like Lu Ming, Di would have succeeded and unified the divine wilderness. Di could be called an overlord of a generation. But in the end, he died in the hands of Lu Ming. Let the alliance establishment ceremony continue. Lu Ming turned around, stepped down, and landed in the Dragon Emperor City. His voice spread throughout the city. The alliance leader is invincible. Their shouts resounded through the sky. After this battle, Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak.